Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to Age of the Forsaken here at the Clockwork Nexus. Not Age of the Forsaken, Golden Ghost. I got the right one. I know what I'm doing. I got changed to the best DM apparently. Thanks, Justin. You good, boo boo? But we are here to play some D&D in a little pirate themed campaign that we got going. Again, Golden Ghost, not Age of the Forsaken. If you want to see Age of the Forsaken, tune in here on Mondays. But that's not what we're playing today. Today, Golden Ghost. We got some players here with us, one of which, that guy right there, is finishing an important phone call. But everybody else, why don't we go ahead and introduce ourselves for the viewers tuning in for the first time, if you don't mind. Starting with New Ken.
Let's unmute and
There you go.
start things off. I am playing Ubriel, the mellow artificer who brings a little cannon, a little flashbang to the party. He is excited about the new ship and is looking to figure out if we can reinstall some heavy duty hardware at some point in the near future. So
Beautiful.
yeah.
And then moving over to the lovely Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on the TikToks and Instagram. If you like cosplay, D&D, Smashable Monsters, special effects makeup, go ahead, give me a follow. Would love to have you there. Today I am playing the wonderful, the fabulous, dancing and singing water genasi, Marilla Luminescent, who has just had a crazy encounter with a street shark, lost her ship, and like her not only like their captain but also their ship, and is suddenly finding themselves taking on a lot of responsibility, and it's absolutely horrifying, but she's gonna try her fucking best.
Beautiful. On a side note, I'm going to make it canon that Eric now has a cat on the ship because that's adorable.
I'm 100% okay with that.
Yep. We are all going to see cat butthole here in a second, but that's okay. All right, moving down to the man below me.
Yellow.
Whoa. Justin's the bottom. It's okay.
Anyway, I'm playing Gale. He's a free-spirited cleric monk.
Get back to it, Justin. I got faith in you. Find the groove again. I didn't knock
The
you that
groove
far
is
out.
all gone. You messed everything up.
I love you.
But yeah, cleric, monk, multi-class, very whoosh around on the air. He's an air genasi. Yeah, that's Gale. He's
Gale.
chilling.
All right, go with the flow. Old Ken.
Hold on, I'm typing.
Don't focus up.
Hold on, I got something funny to write.
The people are waiting.
Oh, Ken is
It
making
seems
up
like he's writing
shenanigans.
It's what it's what we love Ken
Shenanigans.
Oh, okay. Hey, good day, adventurers. This is more Drunken Blade. I'm going to be playing Morel des Torre. I had a little bit of a thought, prompted by a few of our players as well. We haven't played in a little bit, and having this kind of rehash of what our characters are, am going to be, whatever the case might be, I thought it would be important to not only let my cast members know and remember, but the rest of you out there in the viewing audience, that Morel des Torre is a human, just a regular old human. He is now classified as a roguelock. He's got some rogue in him. He's got some warlock in him. Kind of fun. But the simple fact is that he's been on a journey for approximately 153 years up to this point. He does not remember his last 2 or 3 lifetimes. And that's important to the story simply because my collective knowledge about what's going on in the past 3 years and this friendship that we've acquired in the past 3 years, all these individuals on the ship with us, they are my collective memory. I do recall certain places, ports, things do pop into my mind every once in a while, but for the basic gameplay, I don't really remember anything outside of some very simple tasks and the things that I normally would do, navigational skills and the things that I've acquired in the past 3 years. Having said that, my party should know, they should remember, because we had this conversation, that I escaped an island by making a pact with hags. And basically washed up on shore, was looking for some place to call home, which would be on a ship, and landed on the ship that they are all on now. And I've been there for 3 years with them. But other than that, I'm going to turn it over to someone else.
Not quite the ship you were on now. You landed on the Sea
I did
Wolf,
yeah.
Kynan.
Yeah, with Captain Kynan.
And by the way, if you didn't see, I'm going to show you because you were explaining. Lily dropping fire again. This is going to be a t-shirt that I think I'm going to make for all of us. Hashtag Kenanigans is going to be a thing. All right. Continuing with our introductions of our lovely players. Tim, if you could introduce yourself, please.
I guess I could. So I am Tim, Doorstop Idol on all the socials, even though I woefully am lacking in my interaction on those things, but they exist and you can check them out if you like boring people. That's me. In this game, I play Eric the Cleric. It was totally not intended to be a pun, but it is a pun, and so now we go with it. He is a human. He worships Nora Luna, which is a giant orca, and it's awesome. He did some stuff in his past life, but an expedition went wrong. He found himself stranded and was also picked up by the crew of the previous ship, who became his family for a couple of years until a giant street shark messed that all up.
Damn it.
It's never going to go away. You can't undo what happened.
Just accept the street shark.
Just accept it. So yeah, now he is, for the most part, the chief cook and bottle washer of the crew, even though he is a light cleric. And yeah, he's happy in his role. Just likes to help out and kind of go with the flow, and also make sure everyone stays nice and inebriated. Apparently,
Did you just say you were a white cleric?
light cleric.
Oh, a light cleric. I just want to clarify because I mean, why can't
God
you be
damn
You
black?
mean clarify?
Clarify. Boom.
are-
Taylor bringing the dad joke.
Taylor.
All right, hold up. Now, before we introduce our last cast member, I want us all to collectively celebrate for a moment. As Selkie, for the very first time since she's been with us, has made it to 2 consecutive sessions. Yay! Yay!
So happy to have her here.
Right? Selkie, if you wouldn't mind, please introducing yourself, my darling.
Hello. Oh, Cat. Sorry. I am Selkie, also known as Tides of Ashling on the Tiki Talkies. I also just want to say real quick that my mom is watching. So hi, Mom. I love you.
Hi, Mom. I am so sorry for what we're about to do.
I am playing.
Guy's mother.
I am playing Ellie, a sea elf druid. It's a homebrew druid, so if you want to know what that's about, stick around. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
She's got a little buddy chilling with her all the time. And he is definitely not a parasite. But that is our cast. To round it off, I am going to be. We did. John came back. John came back.
How
That's
dare
my bad.
you?
John didn't. I forgot that John was gone in the beginning.
You tend to do that a lot.
It's
I-
okay. I'm very forgettable. I'll just go.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't forget you, John.
I know, and I appreciate that.
Taylor hit you with a thunbird there, sir. Careful.
Pow.
All right, so you want me to go ahead and introduce myself?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm John Riggins. I am go by Artist John 1982 on TikTok. I will be playing a a myriad of characters, kind of. I'm playing Chantry, who is a Kenku sorcerer, and he grew up on a nice little island where a lot of his family were also storm sorcerers, which is what he is. He's a storm sorcerer, and storm sorcerers are known as good luck on ships because they can kind of help move the tides and move the weather in such a way. However, in their first game, he found this really shiny gem and stuck it inside of a robot dog, and now I'm stuck inside of a robot dog with another personality who goes by the name of Jason Navrit and is a fighter monk. And so now we have kind of like these two warring personalities inside this one entity.
That is a very good review of who you are. I wasn't sure if you were still going or not. Okay, so that now I believe is our entire cast, right? Yeah, sweet. I fixed my name, by the way. I am Big Chief. There we go. I am Big Chief, also known as Big Chief 1387 on the TikToks and newly on the Instagram. And for the love of mercy, I find my way to X, but we'll see if that sticks. I don't think it will, but you know, anything I can do to get the name out there. I am going to be your DM. God damn it, Justin, quit changing my thing to like positive affirmations.
Accept the positive affirmations. Or
We're gonna make you take those positive affirmations.
You will accept the affirmations.
Ooh.
Yeah. You will take
I'm
love.
not just a Care Bear. I'm an aggressive Care Bear.
I'm an aggressive Care Bear. All right. So with introductions out of the way, let us get into this evening. Last session, the party woke up on the beach. They had been resting for the night. Chantry and Jason had seen a mecha T-Rex walking around. They tried to make their way into the forest on the island where they were being held to find their way off this island. They were really in a rush to do that because they didn't feel safe with Mecha Godzilla running around. So they did encounter some smaller Mecha Dinos, which they dispatched before being chased by the bigger one. They made their way into some ruins where they found an inscription on the door that talked about dark times ahead, but you got to get through them to find the light. One of the party decided to light up a ball bearing and chuck it into the dark corridor, which kind of set them
I
back for a
regret
while.
nothing. Not a thing.
It's all right. It's a good
It was like
story.
a roller coaster ride. I love that shit.
It took them a hot minute to figure out that they had to go completely dark in order to find it. So they had to turn off all the lights, and if they had dark vision, they had to close their eyes. But once that was done, they got down the stairs, and then they found their way to a hallway that would not end no matter how much they walked. But they figured out that trick as well. Then Morella went to open a door, and she got just a little prick on her finger, which seemed to absorb into the door, which I'm sure won't come up at all in any other facet whatsoever.
No, I hate it when I have a little prick on my finger.
Oh, that's in your hand, but okay. I'm
not mature enough for this.
I need an adult here. Oh shit. Mama Selkie is watching. Oh no. Sorry. Anywho, so then they found this ship in this cove, which they boarded because they were in a rush to get out. It was fully crewed by automatons. They got on the boat, they started sailing away, and they sailed past these pillars of this rainbow gemstone that just seemed to kind of shimmer and ebb and flow in all the different colors of light and of the rainbow and everything. And as they did so, they fell unconscious and they woke up an indeterminate amount of time later. All that's where we are picking up is that they are waking up to the ship, finding it with the automatons gone, save for one. and they are in a port. But they don't know that yet, to be fair. Well, if you guys have portholes, then you would. So if some of you got a window with a porthole, then you're good. But I don't think many of you do. One of you has windows. One of you has lots of windows. And that is where we are going to pick it up. Taylor, you remember I sent you a message. So where we are going to pick it up is that you are waking up and you are very comfortable in this moment as you are in a large feather bed. Kind of a 4-poster thing and all that. You see your armor is hung up. You're just in your whatever you wear to sleep in. And as you kind of stretch out, as one does in the morning, you feel a piece of parchment kind of rustling underneath your arm as you stretch out a little bit. That's where we will pick up. So what are you doing in that moment?
Now, just a reminder for a refresher for me. So we don't remember passing out. We just suddenly woke up in this port, correct?
Oh, yes, that is correct. You don't remember. You remember everything that happened on the island. You don't remember exactly how you got here. You don't remember where you were. You remember stuff happening. If you were to try to get back there, you could not tell anybody where it was.
Okay. Morella, sun shining through the windows. She kind of just stirs a little bit as she wakes up. Her curls are just literally everywhere at this point as she just turns to see the rolled piece of parchment in her hands and looking a little confused, still half asleep. She goes to slowly unroll it as she begins to read over the parchment, taking quite a few minutes as she just is muttering under her breath and looking at what seems to be her perfect signature at the bottom, along with the thumbprint. She goes over a few of the words, taking notice of this is a deed, pretty much giving her full rights to this ship as the captain. She still finds herself a bit in a fog as she rolls up the parchment, stands up, gets herself dressed. As she looks out the window, not quite sure where she is. Does she recognize the place at all? Or it just looks like any port?
So you do not recognize this place as somewhere you've been. As you look around out the windows, you recognize it as something that Captain Kynan had described to you. But what you become very aware of in this exact moment is that you know for a fact that Chantry and Ubriel and Gale and Morel and Eric and Ellie are on the ship and what they're doing. Not exactly, but you know if they are still asleep, if they are awake. You are very aware of them. And in this moment, you get this feeling of something is sore. Something is broken, but it's not you. But something is not 100% what it should be.
Morella just, again, I feel like she would acknowledge that feeling, but I feel like it would seem more as part of her processing her grief still. And obviously there feels like a part of her that has been missing since their ship being gone, the death of the captain, everything like that. So she's going to find herself, get dressed, brush out her hair. Instead of leaving it down, she's actually going to be putting it up in a few ornamental pins that she has made herself out of seashells and sea glass. And putting on her boots, she will grab her weapons and make way.
As you go looking for it, you actually don't see your boots and all that kind of stuff like just hanging out. You actually have to open the door of this wardrobe where you do see your armor and your boots and all your normal stuff, but right next to it is a very intriguing and enticing dress, which would catch your eye.
Marilla will kind of give a bit, like, especially after having to scour through everything, wondering, like, I do not remember unpacking anything last night. How the fuck did we get here? Oh, Jesus. And she opens the cabinet and she kind of looks, she goes, oh, and she goes to reach for her usual outfit. And then she turns to see this dress and she goes, what the hell is this? And she's going to grab it off the hanger and just hold it up.
Okay, so it is a long and beautiful dress, but you notice that it's kind of accented with like the actual dress part is kind of accented with these metal pieces that seem to move and flow with the dress, but they are very intriguing.
She will go and reach out as she kind of touches one of them, realizing these are very sharp edges. She kind of chuckles to herself. And she goes, well, perhaps being a captain of the ship, it is good to find some new attire. And she is going to go over and kind of just admire herself in the mirror with the dress in front of her before she gets dressed and slips it on. And then, of course, putting on the rest of her attire, her belt, etc. And she's going to give a slight twirl in front of the mirror.
All right. So as you do, you notice that all those metal accents, like as the dress kind of spins out, that they seem to harden into something like they look like the edges of blades. And you just catch the just the slightest bit of the mirror, and you notice that it cuts into that wood like it was butter. And in your inventory, you can add the armored ball gown.
Woo! But after that, Marilla would immediately grab the rest of her things, kind of adjusting the dress a bit as she makes her way out and up to the deck to look for Morel.
Okay. And we will cut to Morel. And we will backtrack a little bit. Yes, Ken, we are going to you.
Also, we get a long rest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys were unconscious. I'll tell you. You guys were unconscious for 3 days. So I would say you got a long rest in there. Maybe. But Morel, you have been up, as is usually the case, a little longer than everybody else. Poking around the ship a little bit, I'm guessing. What are you doing when you wake up? You wake up and you're in a kind of a... You've been on enough ships that you know, like, this is not just a normal crewman's quarters. Like, this is actually kind of a little bit of a stateroom, a little bit of an officer's room. You know, you don't got just a hammock, you got a bed. And you do see that you do have a kind of a medium-sized porthole. It's definitely not one of the things that is only like that big, but it's not a full window like Morella has, but it's a decent-sized window that can open. What are you doing in this moment?
Did you say I'm up late or up early?
Early.
I typically would get up early. I mean, the first few minutes I would probably be looking out the small window, trying to recognize any features, anything that sparks a memory of what port this could be, maybe what town this could be.
Okay. So as you look out the window, you see, at first, looking that way, you see like this perfect tropical setting, like a nice tropical beach. You notice some docks, like you seem to be the only ship in this port, at least from this side. But you notice the docks a little bit, and like kind of as you pan this way, you all of a sudden you see a city very quickly spring up. And it's earlier in the morning, so it's not so busy, but you do see a kind of the first thing you notice is that there is a house that is right kind of on the docks. And it just has big letters over it that says Dock House. And out in front of it, you see somebody that you almost think you've seen before, but you don't. Like, it's kind of like, do I know that person? I don't know, but it is just this old dwarf lady that is out on a rocking chair, just kind of sitting there enjoying a pipe. She's kind of like stroking a little bit of a beard that she has, just kind of enjoying the morning.
Well, if I think that I may recognize that individual, I'm going to make my way up to the upstairs if I'm downstairs, or downstairs if I'm upstairs, and to the bow of the ship. I'm assuming that we went bow forward, or did we go stern?
Yeah, it is bow forward. It is pulled in just like you would be. You will notice though that it looks less like you pulled the ship in, and more that it got, because you're experienced enough sailor, like you know that you got towed in.
Okay. I'll go to the front. First thing I'm going to do while I'm going there, making my way up there, I'm making sure that all the lines are going to be tied off correctly. All the knots are correct. Everything looks. Is there a gangplank down to a dock to walk down, or?
There is just a pair of guys that's sitting there at the bottom of it. They don't look particularly aggressive. They just look like they are waiting for somebody. You know,
as I'm passing by, ahoy there, you two. What port in town is this?
Oh, hey there, brother. This is port of Zerga, yeah?
Zerga.
Yeah.
Sounds made up. Is this the town of Zerga?
Well, everything is made up a little bit there, brother.
Okay, fine. I'll continue to walk to the
Hey, how'd you get here?
I pay them no never mind and keep walking to the bow of the ship overlooking said old dwarf lady.
Okay.
Ahoy, wretched smoke billowing, pipe puffing, wretched thing you are down there. Hello. Ahoy.
Doesn't seem very fucking nice now, does it?
Look, I have no idea what the fuck is going on down here, up here, around here, where we got here, why we got here, how we got here, or when in the hell we got here. But nevertheless, we've gotten here. It
sounds familiar.
Do you know these two fuckmates on the side of the ship that is just standing there? What are they doing? Some asinine.
They're fucking waiting for whoever comes out of the ship. You were towed in last night.
Some asinine. Well, who did we get towed in by? Can you give me the ship's name?
It's a fucking towboat. It doesn't have a fucking name.
Old
it's
lady.
That piece of shite over there. And you like look over and you just see this ship that looks beat to hell, not taken care of, but it looks like it is the one that like gets the ships into where they're going.
Old lady.
What?
Look.
You're making my smoke taste bad.
I think that's your breath and whatever's sticking into your. What is that in your beard? I mean, from this angle and this distance, it looks like a damn squid has planted their face something on your face. It's disgusting, old lady. But nevertheless.
So at this time, she like takes her glasses and like she puts them on, and they are these thick glasses. And
of course they are. She's blind as a fucking bat.
There's only one fucker who's ever talked to me this way, but he can't still be alive.
Well, you seem familiar. And your name is?
My name is Mislin.
Mislin. Really? Is that some type of like moldy fabric found at the bottom of the pile of discarded rags? What is a name like that?
I don't know. What kind of a name is Morel? You crusty fucker.
It's my name, old lady, and how are you doing?
I mean, how are you still around? And you don't look like you've aged a fucking day.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I had been on a voyage for many years. I had taken off a few years ago, and when I took off, I managed to run across an island that you would probably be most interested in, only because it has the best essential rejuvenation aids for youth made by cultivating the bull kelp that resides around this island. It is phenomenal what these islanders can do with such astonishing prowess and effect is that they can restore life-giving essence to the face, and those old disgusting lines that are growing off the sides of your disgustingly small eyes, but somehow made so much more bulbous by the thick, giant glasses that you are wearing. It would be astonishing. It would probably take a good 250 years off of that wretched face that you have, but nevertheless, it is me.
Did Morel just take like a fucking level in Bard? Because I just saw some fucking vicious mockery right there. Holy fuck! Dear God!
Morel, you haven't lost a step.
Vicious.
I don't intend on losing a step. I haven't lost my legs. I haven't lost my sea legs. I don't plan on getting off this wretched ship, but what I do plan on doing is figuring out some fucking way to get off this goddamn island in port again. We must make way, at least to somewhere that I know.
Well,
But
for that,
as I
you
look
need
around-
a crew and a crew, and you probably want to fix your ship. It kind of looks like shit.
We'll get into that a little bit later, but do me a quick favor, if
What
anything.
can I do for you?
Please bring us some food, some beverages. I will look into how much coin I have at the present, but keep in mind, we're going probably to be here for a moment. If you could round up a few names, I don't know, 50 or so individuals that look like they may want to travel with us. I'll pick out a few of them and get this going. But if you have 5 or 6 of them that are, well, better than at least the 2 individuals standing at the bottom of the gangplank. If you could send them our way first.
Oh, they're just down there. They're just security doing their job. But don't be too harsh on them.
Well, the simple fact is the one on the left, it looked like he shite himself, and if that's some form of defensive mechanism in order to waylay individuals from boarding my vessel, I would ask you kindly to remove that individual from the front of our ship, even though our ship is in such dilapidated conditions. The fact of the matter is that my captain, Morella, would be quite disgusted by that individual. Maybe he needs to take a bath, but if you could replace him with someone...
Look, the one on the left is a goblin deer. He always smells like that.
Well, we'll have to take care of him, I guess. But nevertheless, something to eat for approximately 6 individuals. Some
Tell you what,
drink.
breakfast is on me as she's like hobbling up to the gangplank, and then she looks and, Pig Bud, you need a bath, and she like kicks him into the water, like, and he just, thanks,
Salt will help
Mom.
exfoliate.
Hope he can fucking swim. Yes, I mean that's it.
He's
It is-
swimming.
Oh, look at him. He's swimming around, going around like that bloody pirate without a head around the ship. It's quite interesting. I'm going to pick up a piece of iron, a rock, pry a nail from the floorboards of this ship or vessel, and toss it at him and laugh.
Aw,
Ha ha.
you're so mean to Pigmud.
And then I'm going to make my way back down into the ship, and I'm going to honestly, aggressively, like level by level, start investigating this ship and wake up
Okay.
whoever can assist me.
All right, so each of you in turn will get a chance to say what you're doing. I will say we will start with Ellie being the first one up as you hear this aggressive knock at this door. And I don't mean like a gentle just ding, ding, ding. Bam, bam, bam. So you kind of start up like you are for the first time in years in a bed, not just in a like cohabitating a hammock with your boo thing, but in a bed, and your scimitar is sitting there kind of just proudly up in the corner, having a slight glimmer to it.
Well, as she sort of wakes up to this loud banging, she kind of just rolls off and falls off the bed for a second. What?
Give me a dex save real quick.
Okay. 12.
12. You
12.
land flat on your face, like out of the bed, like face down. And as you get up, you like bang your head on this end table thing, and you're just like, oh.
I have a bed. What? And she'll like get up and make her way to the door.
Okay, so just joining Morel and aggressively searching the ship.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna be looking for maps and all like paper stuff, art supplies, some writing
Beautiful.
stuffs. Yep.
All right, next we'll go to Gale. As you get your door banged down.
Oh boy.
Now you wake up in a bed which you and Morella are a little more used to, being the captain's kids. But this bed is a little nicer than the one that you had.
Now, is my room also functioning as my doctoral office, or is that a different area?
Well, right now it's just a room.
Right now it's just a room?
Yep.
Hmm.
Like it's just got the bed. You do have a wardrobe in there. Each of you have the same kind of setup: bed, small wardrobe, end table, door. That's pretty much it. And each of you have your porthole.
Okay. I guess I will look to see if there's a room I can use as an office.
Okay.
And if not, then I'll kind of
looking for a doctor's office on a ship. Got it.
Well, a room that I can turn into an office,
For sure.
Because I gotta have
that's what you'll be.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be looking for. All right. Next we will go to Chantry / Jason. Bam, bam, bam. You actually do the closest thing to waking up that you can. Because because the why do I hear dial-up? But no, because constructs do not generally fall asleep, but you managed to be unconscious for quite some time, so it feels kind of like waking up for a nap. And I will say, Chantry becomes very aware that Jason wants out. That he is not very happy at this moment in time. And I need you to answer a question that I asked you in our DMs, by the way. Because I'm steering us in a direction that I need to change it. if your answer is no.
No, my answer is not no.
Yep. Okay. So yes, he is very upset, and like he doesn't seem to want to come out and talk right now, but it definitely feels like he's clawing at the walls in your head a little bit. Like,
oh dear Lord, Chappie, calm down. There's barely enough room in here for the both of us as it is.
And at that moment, like you get jerked out of this bed, like he is wanting out.
Do you want to take the helm for a while? Is that what you're wanting, Chappie?
It's hard to tell because he is not responding with normal thoughts, like normal feelings as you've experienced them so far.
Go see the closest thing I can to a doctor then, Ubriel.
Okay. Next up, we will go to Eric as the bang on your door comes. Bam, bam, bam. How do you respond? Tim takes a long drag. Tim.
You said Ubriel.
Did I? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
You said
you did.
Ubriel.
No,
Did I?
said Eric.
I
You
said
said
Eric.
Eric?
Yeah.
I swear I
John
heard
said
Ubriel.
Ubriel.
Can confirm
Okay.
he did say Eric.
Well, son of a bitch,
Boom.
I'm wrong. Okay, fine.
Get used to it. I'm just kidding.
So Eric is up.
Yep.
He was already awake because Ubriel had come to his. They had found each other earlier, and he was gifted an alchemy jug, which he found out quickly could make beer. So he was partaking a little bit of just a smidge of the 8 gallons of beer he
Are
now
you
has.
making in-game day drinking?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Got it.
It's a thing.
Sweet.
I mean, look,
Considering the adventures, everyone needs some in-game day drinking.
you black out for an indeterminate amount of time. You wake up in a strange ship with you know where you are, but
That's
You have-
that's an excuse for day drinking for sure.
yeah, you have beer, so you might as well drink some. But basically, that's Eric just kind of looking around. He had already found the galley. Conveniently, he was located near it, and it did seem that there was a room nearby, which just seemed right, might be his. But
Okay.
he's just kind of hanging out down there. But when he sees the others, he's gonna offer some of the beer, and then he is going to just follow along for right now because he's
What
used to
do we
weird
do
stuff
with
at
the
this point.
drunken Eric? What do we do with the drunken Eric? Early in the morning. All right. So to finish it up, Ubriel, what are you doing in this moment as all of a sudden you get an aggressive knock at your door?
Oh, well, bed, soft. When did I last have a soft bed? I don't even know. Who's knocking on my door? Who is it?
You just hear footsteps walking like Morel is on a mission.
Who can
Knock
it
and
be?
walk. What
Who
the
can
hell?
it be knocking at my door?
Oh,
Hopefully, I'm not at the busty hippo with the stupid whore. Who can it be knocking at my door?
Dude, you're doing this so naturally. I am going to
Epic.
say that all of you have heard Morel singing this in the morning as he does his wake up rounds.
Come on, Eric, drink some more. Who can it be?
Did
knocking
Morel
at
like
my
have
door?
himself like a morning like spiff? Like this guy
I don't
seems
know.
to be in
Morel's
a
in a
really
good
weirdly
mood.
good mood.
So,
Well, I can get my pants on in this campaign quite easily. It had been a problem in other campaigns, but this one I
Look,
can't get my pants
He
on.
got to verbally berate an old lady. He is now happy.
he is
and
now happy.
great.
All right. What I'm going to have
Berate,
everybody
that
but
That
Morella
was the
do.
same conversation.
What I'm going to have everybody but Morella do is give me a investigation check.
investigation.
Can I guidance myself, Mr. Brian?
Of course you can.
I'm gonna guidance myself.
Pat yourself on the back, Gail.
Pretty much.
Drop them in the private chat, which I last saw at 71 messages. Good God, you guys are having fun with that today.
We like to have side quests.
I'm down for it. Beautiful investigation rolls. 3, 4, 5. I'm missing 1.
Oh, those are some
So,
delicious.
Who did I not get?
Ubriel is trying to figure out where all his stuff went, you know?
Okay, so luckily, Chantry, it's an average thing. So here's what I'm going to drop everything at one time. All right.
No.
Yes, this is what I'm doing. I'm making a thing. Okay, so as you guys are collectively moving around the lower parts of the ship, you guys are finding some like an interesting lack of things to show any kind of life on the ship. But when you get down to the lowest decks in the cargo hold and stuff like that, you do start to find some stuff. Morel, what catches your eye in particular is the shape of a rapier, but along its edge, it seems to have instead of just the long, smooth edge of the rapier, it is lots of little, sharp, triangular. Of course, the bottom would say that. Anyway, just a lot of little, sharp, triangular edges. I like how Taylor just caught up to that.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the chat until now.
It's okay. What you find, quite unrelated to that comment, is and what you can add to your inventory is a shark bite rapier.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm going to give it to Ubriel and tell him to melt it down into something useful.
Good luck. What Gale finds is a stick.
A stick?
You find a stick, but it's very pretty.
I got a
stick.
A very
rock.
pretty stick. I love
You can-
pretty sticks.
Is it
And,
talking
phallic
stick?
shaped?
You get a
Is
talking
it
stick?
phallic shaped?
Is it
God
what?
damn it.
Is
no,
it phallic shaped?
No.
It can
no.
be.
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
It's a fully rigid rod, and at the end, there's just this thing that's just.
God damn it.
But no, you can add.
Mom
A...
is watching the stream.
Oh shit! Sorry, Mom.
What
Are
am
you
Not
though?
bad.
Are you?
It's ribbed for her pleasure. Oh, this is good.
All of you, prison.
What
I
you
wanna-
can add is a Tempest staff to your inventory. Selkie, what you find, you're getting a little frustrated not finding anything, and you go to like just sit on some like a stack of like crates, and you get poked right in the ass
Come on,
in 3 distinct places.
bro.
Thank
You're making it too easy.
You already gave him the stick. You can...
It's the Trident of Destiny.
Oh, what
Hey,
is it?
Brian.
So you pull it out, and it is basically a trident that looks like it's made out of fish bones.
Ooh.
But you can add the bloodthirsty trident to your inventory.
Smash.
Selkie's mom is gonna kill
Eric,
us
you
all.
do find your way into the galley, which has some windows in it. And you can, and there is this little dumbwaiter, and you can kind of tell by the layout of the ship you are directly under Morella's room, and you do hear her moving around a little bit at this point. But what you do find is you find this incredibly sharp knife and kind of a pot lid.
Ooh, sharp knives. Ooh.
And what you can add is the battle chef, one word, field dresser,
Okay.
and the battle chef buckler.
Okay.
Brought to you by Ronco.
And Ubriel, you actually find your way to what you can tell is like you can see because you were around ships that got fitted with cannons, and you know that in these ships in our game, they are not wheel mounted, they are mounted on tracks. Like where you can, the recoil pushes them back, and it makes it very easy to push them back to firing position in a straight line. And you find this whole deck that is mostly open, except for pillars throughout the area. And at the far end of it, you just see a bench that looks like it has all these spots for your tools and your stuff.
It's the bench.
And on that bench is just a ring that is just
Got a
sitting
ring.
there. And if you
I'm a
pick it
cat.
up, you can add
Identify.
yourselves. It is the Artisan Signet.
Artisan Signet. Okay.
Yep. And Chantry, you rolled a 1, so you got to wait.
Oh,
You got a collar of everlasting immortality.
hell yeah. I'm the best boy.
You're the best boy. But speaking of that, you do find yourself alone in this moment with Ubriel, and you've got Jason just banging around like he is frantic right now.
When you see Chantry walk up, you see kind of like the side, like he ain't got his sea legs or something. He keeps shaking his head.
Chantry.
Every once in a while, like a jerky step is like
You're
you
looking
can tell.
a little jacked up. Hold up. Let me try this. So I reach out and I hit him with mending.
Nothing seems to happen.
Feel better? No.
No, Chappie. Everything's just going haywire. Hello, baby. Hello. Oh, that looks wonderful.
That's really
Hi, honey.
odd.
Hi.
Aw, you guys are so adorable.
Your wife's hair looks amazing. Please tell me that. Please let her know.
My friend says that your hair looks amazing.
It looks fantastic.
The rest of her looks amazing too.
Leave my wife
yes.
alone, Brian.
Oh,
Why
Yeah,
me?
Brian. Yeah,
but she's got like that. Got that like glow going with that hair. I love it.
She does. I love you, baby.
I love it too.
I'll see you in a little bit.
I might be asleep.
Okay.
That's
What are you saying in here, Daddy?
You can leave the door open.
All right.
She brought me my dinner.
It's all good.
Yay, dinner.
I love having
So-
wholesome moments before we get crushed. It's great.
Yeah.
Emotional. Damn.
I'll look at Ubriel's like, no, Chappie, the bloody ghost in my head. Get him out of something. It's banging at the walls.
I don't know how to get a soul out of you.
You're a mechanic, right?
I mean,
Same concept.
if there's any way. So you got transferred in when you put on the jewel, right?
That's correct, Chappie.
Ah, okay. So
Disembodied voice.
so maybe if we get the jewel out, you come back out. But I don't know, cause like he was still in there without the jewel, so it's a little tricky. I don't know.
Maybe the jewel was him. I don't know. Just help.
Ah, that could be. Maybe he
Hurts.
was in the jewel. But you're in the jewel now too, right? Like,
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. Trying to remember if we tried to get the jewel out before. I think we did, and it got like somebody got hurt, or he threatened us or something. I don't remember. It wasn't good. I think he said something like he was gonna hurt us if we tried to get the jewel out. But
I'm gonna hurt something. Oh,
In
hurt.
this
yeah,
flash of a moment, you see this thing's eyes go like red,
oh.
and it's like, get me out of here. Get me out.
I'm gonna try to like remove the jewel with the Tinker's tool.
All right, give me a check with that, please.
Okay. All right.
With advantage, because you saw what not to do last time.
Let's see here. That is probably intelligence. Not investigation, just intelligence.
It would be any intelligence-based check that you are proficient with.
Oh, okay. Well, we could do Arcana then. That's probably a good one.
Go for it.
All right. Let's give Arcana a good roll. Oh, that's not a good roll. That's a 9.
With advantage?
Oh, wait, advantage. Ooh, that's a lot better roll. That's a 24.
All right.
Yeah.
So, as you reach out and you almost do the same thing as you did the first time, and you kind of catch yourself and kind of do a.
No.
And you kind of change it up a little bit and you start pulling the gem away. And Chantry, you start feeling pain. Like the worst splitting headache you have ever had.
Oh no.
And oh god, morale. But you keep on pulling at it, Ubriel, and pull game is weak. Well, apparently Ubriel's pull-out game is pretty strong because he does manage to get the stone out.
I only have one kid, so
right,
pretty good.
I had two. Obviously, my game's off. But so as you pull the stone out, at first you see this full embodiment of I think he was a paladin, right?
Fighter, you said.
No, he was
he
a fighter.
Fighter.
Yeah.
So a fighter
fighter
in
mod.
full armor, looking.
No, he
very
wore robes.
stoic, like, fine, he wore fucking robes.
He did. He had robes and he had like a bladeless hilt. I mean, it was like these really cool, like they look like
So
pajamas.
you see a
almost.
Jedi standing in front of you.
We can't say
Look,
that.
It's a Jedi.
Not on the stream.
See a not Jedi, but something that's kind of like a Jedi, but isn't.
Legally
See him
distinct.
standing there, like in like fully corporeal and everything for just a second
Mm.
before you just kind of see him like, because when he comes out, he's like grabbing his head and all this, and like as he gets out, he kind of stops and he just kind of like looks around for a second, and he just kind of does the, and like as he exhales, he just kind of fades away into nothing. But then in this kind of fog that was left by Ghost Dude, that's not a Jedi, you do see for the first time Chantry just standing there for the first time since the island in his little Kenku form.
Oh, bloody hell, Chappie. Oh. Wait a minute. Starts checking himself. I'm all here. Chappie, you did it.
Every now and again, things go good.
Just grab him, give him a little peck on the cheek.
Aw. I like you, Bert.
Did it,
You're a good
Chappie.
guy.
Oh, haven't been
I think
whole in so long.
Maybe next time I'll make a bird thing. Next thing I make. That'd be cool.
So, Chappie, all of a sudden, Chantry, as you're sitting there saying that, all of a sudden you feel something nudging you. And you look over, and it is the dog that is still moving, and he's just nudging you.
Oh,
No, Jason, yes.
And he just sits there looking at you with this kind of blank stare, but his little doggy tail is just wagging back and forth.
huh.
So, Jason, how come you're not speaking?
Nothing. Just sitting there, and like as you say, like he sits like the goodest of boys. And he's just looking at you. You guys, like, you hear the sound of the metal tail just like on the floor.
Don't scratch the floor, little guy. That's not a good idea.
It's 100% scratching the floor.
It's scratching the floor. Chantry,
What happened to
your
Jason?
dog-
He's acting like an actual dog.
Your dog construct is scratching the floor, buddy. Here's your gem. I hand him the gem back.
And you will. So, Chantry, if you take it back, it is now just a straight black onyx gemstone.
I mean, I could use the gemstone.
Nothing magical about it now?
Servant.
Doesn't seem to be.
If you want.
Oh, wow.
At this moment.
You want me to
Who
make
knows
you
if
something
that will
with the
change?
gem? If it's normal.
You want to what?
I could make a thing with the gem if it's normal.
I suppose, yes, go ahead. But where's Jason at? How come he's a dog now?
Well, that's the thing. So I saw a guy come before you showed up, and he like faded away, and then you popped into space right after him. So maybe he got released too. Maybe he
So
was,
what, you think
like,
the spirit is gone then?
No, like I think his body got sucked in there a long time ago, and I think when he got out, time caught up with him, and he just like disappeared in the dust.
Oh, goodness.
So like, yeah, he looked like a man. Yeah,
He looked like a man.
He had robes and some kind of weird looking sword that had no blade. It was different. He was different, but he's gone now. So like, I don't know. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or nothing. He just kind of like came out and like grabbed his head for a second, and then he looked like he was in pain, but then he looked like he felt better, and then he was gone. And then you were here, which is good because like we missed you. I mean, dog is cool, but like Chantry probably better. That's good. That's
Not
good.
going to lie, kind of like the metal skin. It was not bad. Not having to sleep was nice.
So as you say the dog is
Advantages of
nice,
being a construct.
as you say the dog is nice, you notice it open its mouth like it's about to bark like a normal dog would. But I will say all you hear above game is AOL dial-up. Pretty much.
Boom, boom.
My lord, do that again, please.
And he does it again. And now Morella is officially the voice of the dog. So what noise does it make this time, Taylor?
Arf, arf.
No, it's always AOL dial-up. Every
Hold on.
time.
Like it needs to load a little bit more. I can't really do. I'm gonna have to
And
work on that.
Just thinking
Edit?
about that sound, all I can think of is the statement, "Can somebody get off the internet? I need to use the phone." Anywho.
That's okay. I'm off now.
So
Chantry has logged
Jail.
out.
So,
Jail.
Chantry, as you are just kind of having this moment and you kind of lean up against the workbench a little bit, you kind of step on something in
Did.
the most one investigation roll ever.
It's
But you step on it and it's just a hat. But it looks like a very nice hat.
a hat.
Yes. And you can reload your character sheet to see the hat that you get.
I'm reloading.
But as the rest of you are exploring the rest of the ship, I will say, Gail, yes, you do find a room that would suffice as an office for psychiatric purposes.
Yippee.
But you guys do manage to find a grand total, because I'm not going to give you all the bits and bobs of what it is that add up to it, but I added that up to 2,312 gold worth of shit.
Did
Not to
we
mention,
discuss
still
how
got-
we're doing
I still
gold
got
splitting
8.
up?
I still got like 8 diamonds that Morella told me to hold on to that were worth 5,000 gold apiece.
Yes, but I
Uh,
personally would not, like, and this is just above table. And Morella will tell you this if you bring this up. We're not selling those diamonds. Those are going. We are keeping those in clutch for fucking emergencies.
Well, I get that.
D&D savings account. Beautiful.
D&D
Yeah.
character savings account, not just like for money. Money doesn't buy back your besties.
Resurrections. That's
Diamonds
right.
do.
Diamonds,
Diamonds
do.
are a
That's
saving
valid.
character's
Diamonds
best
are
friend.
forever. Okay, so real quick, are you guys doing a party fund, or are you guys donating a part of it, or are you guys doing like the classic pirates and that everything gets divvied up equally and dispersed, or what are you guys? You guys tell me what you're doing.
I will say, like, and this is just again just above table. Morella will talk over, like how we would want to split these finances.
You know what? Let's
Whether
do it this way. Let's do it this way,
we take
Taylor.
like 5 or 10% of whatever we earn and we put it into the party fund for the ship, as well as whatever crew we need to hire, etc., that sort of thing. And the
So-
rest goes to individuals, as well as pay for our crew as well.
So let's do it this way to have you guys be able to do this. You guys search the ship until eventually going up, and joining Morella in her room, because you said you opened the doors and stuff, so you're there. They see.
Oh
you
no,
there.
Morella has walked
Or-
out to go look.
Oh, you're
for
walked
Morel.
out. Okay, so
Yeah,
you guys
she has-
eventually find
she's
your way
been
to the
looking for
deck.
Morel.
You guys are now standing collectively there on the deck together.
Everybody, I'm back.
Yeah, I will say, you guys do see that Chantry is back in his full feathered Kenku form for the first time in days. And being
I will
followed by
say-
a metal dog.
I will say, if Morella hasn't found Morel down below deck, I'm kind of imagining like a Scooby-Doo situation. Like Morel is kind of running around doing his own thing, waking everybody up, and Morel is just trying to chase after him, going in and out of doorways. This is
In
kind of
one
how
door,
I
he comes
see
out
it, like,
another.
Morel's just like on a mission, and Morel is like, "Where the fuck is Morel?" And she just couldn't catch up to him until everybody kind of got onto the deck. But I will say, if everybody is on the deck, if that is approved,
That is where I am
Morella,
putting everybody is up on the deck.
Okay.
Conversation. Go.
Morella would probably be walking up onto the deck. She still would be looking like she was looking for Morel, and upon seeing her crew on the deck, you guys would see her again. Her hair would be up, which is very rare for Morella. She usually always keeps it down for performances. This new dress has a bit more of distinguished sort of details to it. She definitely seems to try to be holding herself in a bit of a higher regard of trying to take things more seriously with the journey forward and the responsibilities that she's been taking on. And seeing her crew, she kind of sits there and she goes, well, I'm very happy that I was finally able to find all of you. I was very much looking for Morel, but it's very happy to find all of you here. Morel, do you have any idea of where we are at?
Well, we're at Zega.
Zerga. Zirga.
That's it. Zerga. We're at the port of Zerga. I spelled it wrong in my dictionary, diary / book.
I will say, upon hearing Zerga, you guys all become aware of this is a city that you guys have heard of. You guys have not been there, but you heard of it as another pirate outpost.
Morella doesn't care about the city right now. Morella is literally going to look at every single crew member on deck, and she goes, does anybody right now remember how we fucking got here? Because I remember that we went on this ship, we saw the automatons, and then I just blacked out, and then we suddenly find ourselves spotted here. Does anybody remember anything?
No, Chappie.
And she goes,
out cold.
Upon Chantry speaking out, she turns to see Chantry. She goes, Chantry,
Morella.
Very, very happy to see you back in your original form, and I see the dog is still there. Forgive me for asking, considering that it seems that when you were in that form, you didn't sleep all that much. Do you remember anything?
No, actually, I don't remember a thing.
How did you end up getting yourself out of the robot dog?
Ubriel fixed it.
Yeah, I got it. I got the gem out of the chest of the dog, and then it was pretty self-unpacking at that point. Kind of like turning a bag of holding inside out. You ever do that? I don't recommend it, but
I've heard that it is not best to do that either, though.
nah.
Ubriel, I would like to say, take any time that you can to study these crystals. I would like to know as much as we can about them.
Out of curiosity, who has the rock right now?
I have it.
Okay. Thank you.
We also, but the thing is, Ellie has, I have 2 of them, like 2 of the raw materials, and I believe Ellie also has a few of the rocks as well. So I will say Morella will take out the 2 that she has, and she will go over and bring them over to Ubriel, and she goes, if you need to compare the more carved out mechanism compared to the raw materials, then please use these at your own discretion.
I pull out the one that turned into a black onyx, and I go,
okay,
this is different.
So
now.
as you touch it,
yeah,
you just get a cold shudder down your spine for a second, just a second, and you notice, like, as you pick it up, the gem has the slightest of green glows to it, like a really dim green glow. That,
like a flash of like green across.
Yeah, kind of like
yeah.
you're not sure if it is actually like from the stone or if it's just like it caught the light right for a second, but you noticed it.
Okay, that's different. Okay, well, let me see the other ones you got. I'll take a look real quick.
Morella will hand the 2 stones of raw material over and give them to Ubriel.
I find it amusing, by the way, to quote Taylor. That the queer chicks both collected the rocks, and apparently rocks.
Okay, that's not really a queer thing. That's more like
you said.
That's more of a neurodivergent thing. It's called
Neurodivergent. You have
It's
you've restated
It's
from our
called
last
penguin
conversation.
pebbling.
You're
called
penguin.
pebbling.
You guys are
Look,
penguin
look,
pebbling,
rocks
and that's
are
more
cool, okay?
adorable. And I love it.
Rocks
is
are
great.
cool.
Rocks are cool. I
Fucking
want to know what
dope.
it says about me with the fact that I collect them, and so does my daughter. Literally, ooh, that one looks
Rocks
cool.
are fucking dope.
Anyway,
Don't be hating.
I
on rocks.
agree with you, and I love it.
Yeah.
Point is, you get the rocks.
Okay.
Morel, do you have anything to say in this moment? Trying to spread the love a little bit.
Well, apparently during this sleep, I lost my accent. I misplaced my hat, but I found it now. But hopefully, I've actually made contact with what appears to be an old friend, a little older than most, but I believe they, them, she, he, her, them are going to be bringing us something to eat this morning. Don't mind the two well, the one now, the other still. It's been an hour and a half, and he's still swimming around in a circle. The small goblin is swimming around in port there. Hey, doofus, you goblin boy, goblin boy.
What?
Swim a little left. Your other left. Your other left.
My other left.
Your right left. Goblin boy.
That's right, left, right.
That's called a ladder.
Okay.
Not be confused with the ladder, but a ladder.
You're using a lot of words.
Climb. There you go. All the way
up
to the top. Okay. Go find Mislin and get us something to eat, boy.
Okay. And he like runs off. Halfway up the dock, trips, falls flat on the face, gets right back up. I'm okay.
Ubriel.
Yeah, Mo.
That's what, maybe we can hire him for your.
For a gunnery boy. Yeah.
We could hire him. Goblins are supposed to be
powder
good at
monkey.
Powder monkey. Yeah. Well, first I need some powder, and then
You need something to put in the powder into. But anyway,
a lot of lead. I need lead.
Lead. What do you need lead for?
Lead's what you make the shot out of. Wow.
You're going to shoot lead out of a cannon.
That's what you usually do. I mean, sometimes if you're trying to clear the deck, you shoot like glass shards and stuff. But if you're trying to like
a grape shot, are you trying to describe a grape shot? It's steel balls.
You can do steel balls for the grape shot if you
chain.
like. That's expensive. Well, chain is what you shoot at the sails, right? So
could you use forks?
Knives and spoons.
Yes.
You can use whatever in a pinch. Cutlery, fine. That's good. Like, yeah. Anything that you want.
Goblins are small enough in a 16-pound gun. You can shove them down there as well. And shoot
I don't
them
know how big a gun I'm gonna be able to make, but like,
hopefully,
at some point, if you want to try and stuff a goblin in there, that'd be different.
Question, DM.
Yeah,
messy.
Literally.
So, when it comes to goblins, do goblins in this world, do they really care about gold, or do they mainly just care about like having like a place to stay and a place to eat?
They're going to care about what you tell them they're going to care about.
They are okay. So good game or good question above board. Typically, in normal D&D settings, yes, goblins are considered
Maya further just asked the question, and also would Marilla know about this working on the seas with the captain for as long as they
goblin crew are not unheard of on the ships with the pirates and all that. In mainstream society, goblins are they're still looked down upon. They are generally used as slave labor still. The pirate nation does not believe in slave labor as such.
Until my return.
Apparently until Morel. But seeing as how you guys are a nation built on freedom, generally slavery is not a thing, so goblins are generally treated as equals, though kind of typically lower on the totem pole. They are still generally dumber than most, but effective in what they do when given menial tasks.
And what continent do we have a map? What continent is this?
It is not a continent, it is a island. As you guys are looking out, you guys notice that this port is surrounded on most sides by kind of a high like ridge of mountains that kind of builds up to a peak on the apex of this arc, and then it is one way out of the port, and on either side you do see a couple towers built with probably the biggest ballista that you guys have seen. Like each one holds like 6 bolts at a time, and these bolts are like massive.
Yes, the one to the left is known as Long John Ballista. It is the biggest ballista. The other one is well, I
Little
can't
John Ballista.
I was gonna go with Dave.
Dave Ballista.
Dave Ballista.
That we will be naming our weapons so to make it easier.
Beautiful.
And we fire them. Okay, Dave. John, go ahead and shoot your shots.
So you guys notice too, as you guys are looking around for the first time, you do have some weapons on board. You notice one ballista is there and it's barely hanging together. Like barely. But it looks like it would function for now. The other one is kind of a pile of shit. Just pieces.
Fix some of that.
Then you do see some of the Megadels, which is basically ship-mounted catapults. Kind of same thing. One of them looks like it's okay, and the other one is laying on its side. Just you see all the pieces are there. It's just not together. You do see a couple spots where you guys could mount 2 additional weapons there, and you guys notice that the deck looks a little rough. Just rough.
All right.
But anyway, continue the conversation after noticing all these things and take it where it will go.
First and foremost,
and your meal is brought to you as you're noticing this stuff too, just so you guys can say that is there. I am sorry.
Marilla will lay down a what looks like a handstone blanket with patches of just different types of fabrics that she's collected, and she will lay that down, put the meal out, have everybody pretty much sit down and commune on the deck.
I will tap her on the shoulder.
What?
Standing. This isn't a fucking picnic. Find the galley and put them in the galley. Eric, where's the fucking galley? You've been wandering around for more than 3.5 minutes now. You haven't found the galley yet?
Oh no, I found the galley. It's right down below decks.
Let's make our way to the galley. There's too many prying eyes out here.
Marilla
Especially
will flip
that
up
single
her
shot
sheet,
on that.
wrap it up, and she will kind of give not really a upset look to Morel, just more of like she understands that like the best way I can put it is that she understands that she still has like she well not only in this situation is fucked up, but is still actively learning. And I feel like it's more of like she's disappointed in herself. It's not like she's trying to say sorry because she knows sorry isn't going to fix it. Actions are going to fix it. I feel like it would be more of a way of him acknowledging what he is telling her, and she is processing that. And she will nod as she whips the patchwork blanket back up and go and turn to Eric and goes, "Well, can you take us to the galley? So we
Of
may
course.
commence this meeting."
And we'll use it as a tablecloth. Yeah, it's a fair compromise. And so Eric will lead everyone down below decks to the galley. It's actually not too far away. It's a lot bigger, I believe, than the last one they had. Of course, there's nothing in it yet, except for what they're bringing with them.
As soon as they arrive at the galley, Morella will take this same sheet, and she will lay it out on the table as a tablecloth before any food is brought and set on it. and she will sit at the end and wait for everybody to take their seats before she commences with this gathering.
Oh, Ubriel, one question real quick before we eat. Do you happen to
Yeah,
have any,
Eric.
do you have any paint by chance?
Hey, I mean, I could probably whip some up. We just need. Like, you just want whitewash, or you want something like a little more fancy?
Just
I will
something
point
that
out
will-
you guys are in a port, like a
Oh, yeah.
city.
Ubriel's the one
Yeah,
who might
we'd
have it,
rather
if anyone has it.
stick with our little secret stuff in our little ship right now.
Oh, of the 2,300 and something gold's worth of stuff that we found, was any of it paint?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
But I did say I was looking for paints and brushes and canvas and paper and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
You
saying.
do find
I wasn't looking.
cartographers. You find cartographer stuff, but that's more ink, less paint.
Ink
Cartographer
can
supply.
make art.
Yeah.
Ink would also be
Yes, but it's still not paint, Taylor.
Gail,
Yeah, Eric, I
I
think
have
I
an
think for
idea.
maintenance we're gonna have to like work out
Yes.
something with the people here and pay
Hold
them
up.
for some of it.
Gail, I'm feeling quite confident that you could whip up something that could be put into an ale or a broth or sprinkled across the meats or whatever we're eating, that will calm these people the fuck down for a moment. Simply because we've just got out of a situation, we have no idea what's going on.
Does
Mm.
Morel say this out loud?
Oh, very much so.
Morella's gonna cast Calm Emotions. Everyone make a charisma saving throw. Or you can
Or
choose
you
to
can
fail it.
choose to
I'll
fail.
take it. I'll choose to fail.
Morel, are you fighting it or are you going with it?
I guess we'll see in a second here.
Natural one, but Chantry wasn't really caring at this point.
Natural one.
I've
For
done nothing
real?
but roll ones. Yeah, I've done nothing but roll ones.
Seriously?
Yeah,
So far, yeah.
17.
God, the
Would
dice
Gail really
wanna
be fighting
tell me
this?
today.
I'm not.
Gale likes
I'm not
to
feeling
feel his
myself.
feelings. He does not like them being manipulated. He is the manipulator.
And
Sorry,
I will say,
that
and I will
didn't need
say,
to
it
come out.
kind of makes sense considering how close Gale and Morella are. Gale probably understands when Morella is like trying to, you know, put a veil over people when it comes to it. So that honestly, that makes really perfect sense. I love
We
it.
feel our feels together.
I like
Yes,
how
we do.
I
We're
like
connected
how
like dolphins.
I like how Gail says he's a go with the flow type guy, but emotions no. I won't go with that flow.
I won't let
No,
people
fuck
determine
you.
what my emotions are. I'm gonna feel them and flow that way.
I-
If I'm pissed
I'm
off, I'm gonna flow like a goddamn tidal wave.
I'm an adult.
I am adult.
So who all chose to
Anyhow.
fail or failed and who passed?
I think everybody
Fail.
but Gail.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I was.
alright.
I chose to fail, but Eric's calm anyway. So
Morella
care.
isn't gonna really be upset that Gale like chose to because like she knows how Gale is. Gale has his own independence, but she also knows that her and Gale gets her. So
Okay.
Hang 10,
she's
bestie.
not gonna really be bothered.
So-
She's not gonna be bothered by that whatsoever.
So in this moment, Morel, you can keep going. You are just significantly more relaxed than you were a second ago.
I'm sorry, Morel. You suggested it, so that's what Morella did.
Well, maybe we should talk a little bit later. In private. Maybe maybe that would help us out a lot, but let me make this easy for all of us. Eat. Have fun. Eat your food. Chantry. I'm not sure what. I understand that we have our individual here. Gale is going to be some kind of a counselor, and like Deanna Troy or something like that. But maybe. Eric is our cook.
She's some
Our
kind of
master at
cook
arms,
for you.
Ubriel.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what Ellie is going to be doing, or what I'm going to be doing.
According,
Archery is going to be doing. Maybe we should get that out of the way
Well,
first.
That is why I brought you all here, because I would like to sit and talk. And with that, she's going to pull out the piece of parchment that she had received that morning as she lays it out. And she will allow everybody to read it. Anyone who would like it, she would either let it pass around, or if you would like, she can read it out. I can read it out loud.
Why don't you read it out loud for the audience?
Okay. But if anyone is just wanting to read this over,
you could put it in the Golden Ghost chat or RP if you wanted
sorry,
to.
give me. Well, I'm more just saying for like stage reference, like if the characters are just wanting to read it over themselves.
Yeah.
But give me just a moment. I gotta find it. Okay, here we go. Let it be known to all who read this document, and on this day, the 11th of Venyor, in the year of 57 of the Fourth Age, the vessel known as the Ocean's Grail is hereby granted to full ownership of Captain Morella Luminescent. Forthwith and in perpetuity, sorry, until the day of her demise, and to her oldest heir, therefore, the Ocean's Grail is now under the sole ownership of Morella Luminescent and her
progeny.
Progeny by blood's honor and right.
Writ.
And writ. Sorry, I am not trying to. Not
okay.
My brain is not finding things right now. And with that, she will roll up the part. She goes, "So, I am not going to be one here to claim to be a captain just because of a contract. I very much want to make sure that I earn that title, because I know that is what the captain would want. I am not one to sit here and beg for you to bend your knee to me and serve me. I only wish for you to serve me if you wish to serve under me. Now, if you wish to do so, I would like to put some things in order. Anyone who wishes to back out right now, please go ahead and say. And you have very much an obligation to do so after I assign the roles that I am going to be doing here on Forth. So those who wish to walk away now, please say."
I half expected Gail to just walk off.
Can we put your captainship to a vote so that as crew, you're now...
Well, I mean, that would be most appropriate. You're owner of the ship, but does not make you captain. But what I will tell the rest of you is that I will follow her lead.
I believe Morel has a very fair point there, as well as Ubria, and I will not be one to deny other people who could possibly offer such greater guidance when it comes to the situations that we are in and the mission that we wish to take on. So,
Chappie, to be fair, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that my contract was with your last captain in the last ship, and that's done. That's gone. It's up. Unless you'd like to make a new contract with me.
And that's kind of
brings up a very, very good point.
If we vote her in, then she's our new captain.
No, she's your new captain. I was brought on under completely different circumstances.
Which is very much respected and seen. So, Chantry, and everyone else who is a part of this crew, when it comes to any former contracts of the captain who is no longer here with us, with me taking on this as captain or as someone who is owning the ship of this new crew, if I am to be voted as captain, I would happily hear what the contracts were and continue said contracts, or to accommodate for any future contracts that we may have. But I feel it is only fair that we vote to see who should be captain here. And anyone.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Uvriel. I wish to hear you.
I'm trying to explain point of order on this situation, right? So, like, if we're going to be crew as officers, because that's who you got right now, is just us, right? So, if we decide to join as officers, then we are voting crew. We vote in and we get a share of the treasure beyond a contract. Like, this is because captains serve at the pleasure of their crew, their officers.
So,
And so this is
Yeah.
a different situation than like you don't have a charter from some place.
yeah, pirate code pretty much is the vote is
Right.
the contract,
Right.
and
so
that
we
by
vote-
by
we
voting,
vote two people in.
yeah,
We vote a captain who is in charge of the ship, and we vote a quartermaster who is in charge of the crew. And the quartermaster is our representative with you, holds equal rights.
isn't that the first
to
officer?
address. No, first officer is her choice.
Okay,
She gets to pick who she wants to make her first mate. That's her
Got it.
choice. But
So-
the quartermaster, I think,
but-
is the one that he
I
has
will
to
not-
Chantry's point,
I will not be meeting with anybody.
to Chantry's point, the contract was last, he agreed to join Captain Kynan, which again, all these pirate contracts are done verbally. There's nothing in writing, there's nothing there. You agreed to serve under Kynan. In that situation, you were brought on as such. That's not something that necessarily needed to get voted on. It was just, yeah, you were in need. They offered you a spot, you took it. So at this point, you guys would sit there and be taking a vote for, are you acknowledging Morella as captain?
Yep.
Is what
And
that
Morella
is
is-
the way it would go in.
And Morella
These
is completely open to allowing people to vote on their own accord, or if anyone would like to step up as captain. And I will even say, like, if anyone would like to step up as captain, if anyone would like to take on this role for this ship, I'll be willing to at least accommodate what I can for being the owner of this ship. But if you wish to be the captain, please speak now, and I will happily put out a vote. For when it comes to this crew who I've spent the last 3 years sailing with, I want to make sure that I hold up our former captain's values with all that comes with it. And I will follow not only our captain, but someone who I consider a father, and continues these values. So I wish that for anybody to think that they have the ability and as well as the knowledge to please step up and do so. And I will not deny anybody the right to vote for who they wish to rule this ship in this vessel. As long
dog
as
puts
it,
his paw up.
That's a good boy.
so I will say,
Oh, is that the
Morella.
doggo?
Is the dog like volunteering to like be captain?
Yes.
So actually, at this
Captain
point,
dog.
Morella would actually point to the dog and just be like, "Jason, is that you in there?"
Riddick, no. Sit down. Put your paw down, Riddick.
Don't think he's going to listen to you, Chappie. He's his own person.
Well,
Is Jason no longer in there? I thought.
No, he's gone.
Anywho, a matter of getting the captain.
Yeah, but
refocusing you
I'll,
guys.
I'll leave it at that for anyone else to, if anyone else wants to speak up, or we can place a vote.
Allie
whatever
is just going to sort of stand up for a second and remembering the little robot peoples, I guess. I can't say the word right now. She's going to sort of salute with the biggest, cheesiest smile on her face for a second. And then she will sort of give Marilla a bow. I will follow you. We're in this together. I think we've gotten this far, even if we don't know how to remember how we got this far, but
Well, I'm very grateful. But anyone, and she kind of like takes a moment. She kind of just like she looks very flattered for a moment, but she then tries to kind of like compose herself again, and she then turns to the rest of the crew and goes, "But anybody else like to make their statement?"
Um,
Well,
So, yeah.
I don't really know if I have a vote, chappies, but I think you'd make a great Captain Morella. So,
Well, you
point of
very much
confidence.
have.
I joined this crew to protect you guys, make sure you stay real good and safe if we ran into trouble. I'll still, I've been following Kynan this whole time, but I'll follow you. Out
Very
there
much
will you sail. Yeah.
Yeah, so my contract was, less a contract and more a life debt I swore to Conan. I didn't think that it'd be over so soon. The contract, however, would be considered fulfilled with his death. But I do believe that Nora Luna put me here for a reason. I see no reason to change that relationship at this point. I like you guys. I'm not going anywhere. You got my vote.
Well, Eric, you were always considered family on this ship, as you have these past few years, as everyone else is. But please know that your contract is ended upon the captain's death. And if you wish to leave at any point, there is nothing to hold you back. So please understand that. But it is an honor for you to serve on my crew, and it would absolutely be so.
Honor's all mine.
Morel,
That just leaves the Morel and the guy up the Gale, right?
Yes. I'm feeling rather calm. Yes.
He said up front that he would serve you right away.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, I do not want to be a captain. I am a navigator by trade.
which is why
I have under the captains that I've served. I help with the quartermaster skills and navigator and things of that nature, but I honestly believe that someone like Ellie should be quartermaster. If we've moved past this facade of who is going to be the captain or not going to be the captain, and I think it's very easy. Even if your glow buddy Gale was to dissent on this, it would not make a difference. It's a majority vote, and with the 4, you would be captain. But if Gale does dissent on this individual thing, let it be known that, Gale, I will watch you and push you through the smallest porthole I can find, head first, raging storm, that hopefully you will be besieged by street urchins that will be coming from the sharks of the depth.
Street urchins.
That's what Gale was born in. What are you talking about?
This is sounding progressively less calm, not gonna lie.
The thing is,
Okay, so to keep things going, that was the calmest threat Gale has ever gotten, and it would be terrifying.
Yeah.
With that, Marilla will just turn. I'm sorry, Ken. Did you have something you wanted to finish on?
No, I just
wants to kill Dick.
To be honest with you, I think that the best thing we can do is move forward with you leading us. Anything I can do to help you. I think that, to be really honest with you, we need a better look at the ship and what we're doing, and have some individuals. I have a few individuals hopefully coming within the next hour. A couple of people that could start helping us. I made a call out already to the wretched old lady in her chair that bounces back and forth, swings, tilts, whatever it fucking did. I don't know.
Rocks, Chappie, rocks.
Oh, rocks. Well, I do not throw stones in the glass house that we have made, but other than that, we'll move forward with that. And to be quite honest, having Ubriel and finding somebody for Ubriel quite quickly to be able to get a manifest of what's working, what's not working. The large hole in the ship at the bottom near the water line is quite depressing.
That's concerning.
The fact of the matter is, maybe you can see to the ram at the front. Maybe the ram is working as well at the front of the ship. See what that is. I know that when I peered over earlier, it looked like a giant tentacle, but it could be something different.
I would very much like to have these conversations in private when it comes to it, but I will also be addressing some of the stuff that needs to be done after we have enjoyed this meal. But before we continue, Gale, what is your vote on this?
I mean, you obviously know how I'm going to vote. I just wanted to save the best for last. And I'll come over and I'll do our secret handshake that we totally have.
It's not so secret because you do it right out in front of everybody
All the time to the point of annoying.
all the time.
Octopus!
It's like a bunch of glow sticks.
Well, gal, I cannot help but just be grateful that I've always had you by my side. Well, as for how we are going to handle things right now, after our wonderful meal before us, I first would like to say I am going to be giving the position of first mate to Morel Destoro.
Destore.
Destore? Oh, my bad. Destore.
Moral the story.
Oh, I just got the
What, dude?
Whoa. Okay.
What? I'm so sorry.
Remember when I had
Moral
this
of the
revelation
story.
2
Alright.
sessions ago and she was paying attention for that?
It only took 3
Alright,
months.
I'm so
It
sorry.
was
I'm
the
so-
same realization last. It's great.
I'm sorry. I'm
It's all
taking-
good. Continue.
Okay.
Character
All
back.
right, continue on. But I would like to give the role as first mate to Morel Destore. And I know that you have very much followed my father, the captain's values, and you also have a lot of knowledge that I very much wish to learn from. And I would hope at some point, whenever you have done and finished with your duties, and I with mine, that we can sit down and talk for at some point. Now, for Ubriel, I would like for you, after we enjoy this fine meal, please take the time to take a look at all of the cannons and the ballistas when it comes to on the ship. See what you can
Okay.
repair and tell me what materials you need in order to do so.
All right.
We want to make sure weapons are at top notch, and if you have any ways that we can figure out how to spruce up this deck and also solidify our barriers and our protections on this ship, I would very much like that. And Morale as well, if you know any connections to fixing a ship, please notify me. And Ubria, what were you saying?
I mean, mending can do a little bit, but for anything bigger than like a foot, you gotta go get fresh materials. So we can
When you
figure
guys
that
are
out.
on deck, you guys did see a shipwright pretty close to the port that's there that could probably fix your shit.
But Morella would just smile. She goes, well, I do not expect you to fix things with nothing. I just simply would like for you to evaluate things right now and make a list of what we need to do so we can budget things accordingly, so we can get the
We'll figure
equipment
it
that we
out,
need in
yeah.
order to
Beautiful.
fix it.
So with that, just to keep things moving, Morel did put Ellie up for quartermaster. Does anybody vote against that?
I'll second the quartermaster nomination.
I actually was
Ellie.
going to put Ellie as quartermaster.
Anytime you guys
Well,
suggest
that's the only
somebody
other
for a
one-
position, the dog's like,
So the quartermaster is the only other one that gets voted on. The captain can appoint other people, but the quartermaster is something that the crew, including the first mate, can nominate somebody. But Ellie was put in there. It was seconded. Does anybody? I'll just say, does anybody object to it? Sweet.
No, I will say that was on like the list that Marilla was going to give Ellie quartermaster.
You-
So yeah, Ellie, I would like for you
So-
to be quartermaster.
Ellie is officially the quartermaster, which means if any of you guys got bitching to do, you go to her.
Also, she's the one who pays us. So
Okay,
That's very true.
Let's make this very clear, and also very clear to the crew that we're going to hire, that because this happened the last time I was aboard ship. I am not the one that needs to have anyone bitch and moan at me. I am not that person. They can
There's
go
one
fuck.
person. There's one person that gets
The
to
only,
bitch to you.
the only person you will hear bitch and moan about would probably be me, but I very much am not going to bitch and moan. I more come to seek your knowledge, which is why I make you my first mate. And I hope you understand that.
Well,
I
I'm
will
very
be honest. I am very much hoping that you will be my support system as for this transition that has come up unexpectedly. And
Well-
I very much trust you as my father trusted you.
We only want for this to be a successful mission, voyage, whatever it may be, and get this ship out of port and on its way. So whatever I can do to help you, I will do. Like I've said before, I've already have a call out for crew, maybe 40 or 50 individuals that we could sift through rather quickly to get them on board. And I've had a call out for a few individuals with certain professions that needed to be taken care of already. I did this very early in the morning, again with the wretched-eyed lady that I saw earlier. Hopefully, again, we'll take care of that. But at least, Chantry, what are you doing? Morella, what do you have for Chantry?
Sorry, give me just a moment. I need to go and run and grab something real fast. I
Actually,
do apologize.
hold up. We are actually going to use this opportunity to go to our take our bio break, go to our intermission. So, if you guys give us about 5 minutes, we are going to go do that. And in the meantime, I got a lovely little art show for you guys to watch. So we will be back in roundabouts 5 minutes. See you guys on the other side of the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and I think we got a Chantry. We're waiting on everybody else. But I'm guessing they're going to be here soon. Maybe. Counting down is hard. I need Justin to find out a way to get a timer on that one. I don't know how to do that.
Anyway, Gail's doctor office decor design. Yeah, let's do that for the next 2 hours.
Tell me while we're waiting for everybody else, how did Gail decorate his office?
Okay, so obviously you got like the wall decorations of like very peacefully like images of like you got a barn in a field for no reason, like you don't understand why it's there. Like when you go to a doctor's office, they have those paintings that don't make sense why they're in a doctor's office. There's like 4 of those.
Where did you find them?
Where does any doctor find anything? I don't fucking know. They just appear. Trust me, I've asked.
Got it.
And then I've got a medicine cabinet which has a lock on it that I have the key for.
With nothing in it.
Yep, for now.
Yep.
Working on it. And then I've got a couch and then my desk with a chair. And I've got that notepad that you write in to take my notes. And then in the desk, there's also files for all the members of the party. And Morel's is like this big. And everyone else is like this big.
You're setting a precedent that you might not be able to get out of later, sir. Mm-hmm. So I warn you now. Burn what you have.
Nope.
Make it fast, make it quick, or I shall cut you in your sleep.
Hey, you don't know what my office looks like yet. You haven't been in
it. Or will I? Unless I am bleeding, dismembered, beheaded. That would be it.
All right.
There's also a little like mini wardrobe thing that just has a straight jacket that says Morel's Smiley Time Party Suit.
You guys, you keep continue. I'm in a calming mood right now.
So here's what we're how we're gonna take care of this in the meantime as we're waiting for people. As you guys are waiting, you guys do. I will say, like, you guys get it quoted to take care of the ship. It's within your guys' budget for everything to be taken care of in the next day or so. Because they got enough guys to work on your boat and your boat alone, because as you look around, it's the only one there for now. It'll cost you about probably about 700 of that gold. But then the ship's HP will be back up to everything. The sail's HP will be back up because that was a little down because they'd been sitting inside, so they were kind of worn and starting to tear a bit. That would get the 4 armaments that were on the ship back up and running. It takes care of everything, and like I said, it will only take about a day because everything is mostly there. It just needs to be put back together a little bit.
That sounds good to me.
But as you guys are kind of getting to walk around the town a little bit, provisioning food for the next, probably about month, is the standard thing for how you stock the ship. Morella and Gale, you guys in particular, start to notice that there are a lot of Genasi walking around in this one particular part of town.
Whoa.
And something that would catch your eyes is like you see a Earth Genasi walk by. And you notice that he doesn't look like a normal Earth Genasi, just with kind of the earth tones and all that. You notice that in a very similar way to Gale and Morella, that there's this kind of like marble gold effect to him. Like in a similar way how the lightning bolt veins kind of on Gale and the bioluminescence of Morella. And he is walking right next to a fire genasi as they're kind of talking. That she kind of has these, again, in a similar way, just like spots of pure white, like almost like white hot flames going across her skin, and that they are just kind of both walking into this temple.
I'm gonna pull Morella aside. Hey, they do weird glowy things like we do.
Yeah, I figured it. Do you want to go talk to them?
Should we go follow them and see what's going on inside that cuckoo temple?
You know what? Yes, fuck it, let's go.
All right.
And I will say, like, Gail, like, kind of picking into this, like, it makes Morella kind of take her back to before, like, having to take on all these like motions. But yeah, she the curiosity will get the best of her because she's just like, yeah, let's figure out what these fucking people are about. So she'll be like, all right, let's go. But we still need to make sure that we need to keep on track because we have to make sure we keep our shit together. Okay, Gail?
Okay. We will not cause any problems this time.
20 minutes. 20 minutes. If we cause any problems, we run. Do you understand?
Maybe 25.
25 minutes.
Okay, fine.
By the
30
way,
minutes.
on a side note, Selkie says that we are all in the clear to make as many dick jokes as possible because her mom finds them hilarious. Anyway, so you guys walk into this temple. And you guys are kind of in your jovial, like it kind of like harkens back to your childhood for a moment of like just running on the streets, kind of excited to see something. And you walk in, and it is the most quiet, somber temple where you see them all kind of sitting in various states of like prayer or meditation. But it is all Genasi in here, and right in the middle is a very old fire genasi woman with a similar white streaks across her skin, just kind of that seem to ebb and flow like embers in a fire that's burnt down, right? And as you guys walk in, you know, she just kind of like notices you guys and, oh, we have newcomers. This is very, very rare for us. Come, welcome, sit. And like she motions to these like massive pillows right in front of her.
Oh, hell yeah.
Morella immediately like links arms with Gale so he doesn't wander off and like sees something shiny.
Obviously, we're skipping to the pillows.
Yes, obviously. Duh.
All right. So as you sit down, she's like, oh, and she like kind of like just brushes the skin on your arm as she sees the kind of bioluminescence just kind of gently going, and
Morella
Gail
will
like
instantly smack her hand away. Like it's not even voluntarily. She doesn't like to be touched by strangers.
and Gail, she notices this shit like coming up, like she notices a little bit on your neck, on your arms, like everything, and she just gets so excited. And oh, it's so lovely. Wonderful. How have you guys been? Where have you? Why have I not known your name?
Well, we are just coming through town right now. We just wanted to see this beautiful place. We really are not going to be here for much longer. Promise you that. Thank you for such a warm welcome.
You are not raised here?
Oh, well, we've gone in and out here and there, but we've really just we like to travel and see the world.
And you see that a couple of the monks that are meditating, like very much so, peek in on your words on that. So there are more of a kind from outside of this island. This is news.
Well,
this is good news.
Not like this. per se. Like there are other of our kind, but not with the fun veins or the glowy or all that kind of stuff. A lot of
We have
them.
never seen such peculiar features as a Genasi as like us, very much, to say the least.
Well, we are a rare breed among the Genasi, to be sure. The Arcanthus, they have been weaned out very long time ago, but every once in a while there is another one that is born, and it all seemed to be from this island before you guys. I am most curious. Can you tell me of your parents, either of you?
Morella turns to Gale.
Gale just looks down because he's like, well, there's a funny story about that. They're kind of.
Oh,
I don't know. They died when I was 5. But yeah.
and they never told you of what you are, of how special you are.
Did they tell me?
You don't. Not that you remember. And what about you, young girl? Your parents never told you how special you are.
I never knew my parents. I was adopted.
Shit. That makes sense. Well, you see,
There's nothing more you need to know. Why is it that you keep asking questions? We were really just wanting to acknowledge and see if we could learn something here, but I really was not really wishing to be interrogated in such a way, but
well, it is.
forgive, I did not mean to be so terse. I just
It is very interesting to see that there are Arcanthus from outside of the island. This is all. Forgive my curiosity. I get carried away sometimes. But surely you have noticed that the other water Genasi are not like you, and that the other air Genasi are not like you, and that there are not
Really?
many fire Genasi like me. We are a special breed of Genasi that come descendant from what is known as the Arcanthus. They are, in the beginning there was just the elements, right? And they formed this world. And over the generations, they started to want to have children, so they made their children, but their bloodline, it was not as pure, so they just became the Genasi. But every once in a while, Arcanthus are born, ones like us with the special glowing skin. And
so what is the descendants of the parents of these individuals called again?
Arcanthus.
Arcanthus.
Arcan this.
Okay. So just with hearing that, Morella just kind of turns to the individual. She goes, I very much mean no disrespect on any regards, but I never knew my parents. I never knew as to why I was different the way that I was. I do believe that everyone is born different in their own way, but there is nothing currently that the Arcanthus has done for me. The only people who have done anything for me is the one who has taken care of me and the families that I have. So,
no, the Arcanthus is not a who, it's a what. It's what you are. It just means that you are more connected to the elements than everybody else. And maybe you just have not felt this yet, but you will.
if you say that I'm one who's supposed to be so connected to everyone else, but yet I was left alone and abandoned my whole entire life. The only connections I managed to have were the ones I was lucky to find myself and fight and strive for. It wasn't being born into this world with any connections. I was born into this world with none. And personally, I would not be surprised if I end up dying with none either. Death is a very sad thing about that situation, isn't it?
I would not know.
We all can consider ourselves special, but we all die in the end, right?
One would assume. I will let you know when I get there.
Well, I very much appreciate your kindness. I will hope to hear from you soon, if not, whenever each of our demises come and meet us, my friend.
Oh, I think I will be hearing a great deal about you soon. Great things are in your future, young one.
What do you know
You
about
just-
my future?
Nothing is set in stone, so to speak.
And that is how I like it to
But
be.
in
like said,
general, the Arcantists that are born serve a great purpose. What this is, we don't know. We have only to watch and find out. I
Well, the
understand
only
you're not a fan of the.
have purpose that I choose.
We all weave a tapestry. Yes. And I understand
Some-
you are not a fan of the one that has been woven for you so far.
Well, some weave a tapestry, some unwind it. Depends on which view what to do.
Either way, it is for you to make.
Then I will keep that into consideration. Your words of wisdom are very intriguing. I can give you that. But forgive me for my bitterness that I carry currently through grief.
It's okay. Some people are just in bad moods. Life has set you on a certain path, and this is okay. And you have your feelings about them. But maybe you will get more answers if you answer different, or if you ask different questions.
Well, I currently do not know the question, so I will just simply watch things unfold until things go from there. Until I will trust in those who I have made my family and who I've surrounded myself with, and hope for the best, and do the best that I can for them, as they have done for me. I do not need gods to tell me what to do, for I have the people around me.
Again, the Arcantists are not gods. We are just people. We are
I
a
never
people.
said-
The Arcantis is who we are. It is a fact that this earth was born of the elements. And it will continue to, and it will go back to the elements at some day. But until then, we have only to figure out why we are placed here, to have this connection. I will be most curious to see how your story unfolds.
Well, you know as they always say, it's never over till the fat lady sings, correct?
Who is this fat lady?
I have no idea. That's just what they say.
They say weird things. That seems
Well,
also
I-
very unkind to whoever this lady is. Like, why do they have to call her fat like that?
Well, just because someone is fat, it doesn't mean that they are not beautiful.
I mean, this
I
is
do not
true,
believe-
but because there are other words to use that are less mean than fat. Fat is kind of a not
Well,
nice thing.
Well, then it is not over until the beautiful lady sings. Is that sounds like a better
That
rendition
sounds
for it for
nicer.
you?
Like, like you could say voluptuous, or you could say curvy, you could say busty. There's lots of other
This
words.
is not a vocabulary lesson.
Well, no, but if you wanted one, I could give you one.
Jesus Christ.
Who is that?
Okay. This has gone off the rails. Re-railing.
Re-railing? Is that a word? I think it is.
I don't
now.
know. We're putting it back on the rails.
I really want to make a Chip's mom joke, but you know who loves getting re-railed? Anywho,
So sorry, Sophie's mom.
Sulky's mom thinks it's hilarious, apparently.
I know.
Well, back on track. Gail has a question.
Re-railing, Gail has a question.
Yeah. So you said that us Arcanthus are more connected with the elements. Does that also mean like more connected with the primordial gods?
It is generally true that we are more receptive to them than the other gods.
My
Right. Do you follow one?
my parents raised me under the beliefs of Typhoros.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Typhorus is a powerful god. It's good that you have chosen to follow him. Nice stick, by the way.
Thanks. I literally got it yesterday. All right, this morning. I don't know. Time's weird.
Well, keep it close and don't put it in anything strange.
Okay. I will heed your advice. Also, what do you mean by we get to do more fun stuff just by being like this?
In general, yes, you are generally born with extra abilities that you would be able to see on this sheet of your abilities of things you can do if one were to exist.
Yeah.
That sometimes the gods see fit to put that there when you're not looking, so you can just discover it sometimes.
I see. Gale is gonna try something which Justin is seeing in his character sheet for the first time. He's gonna like hold his hands like this and cast Gust, but try and like make it look like a little mini tornado.
Roll a d20 for me.
Okay. Viability? Probably not high, but you know. Ooh, that's an 18.
Okay. So as you're trying to focus this thing into this little whirlwind, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot stronger than you think it is. And you watch Morella just fly about 18 feet.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
So Morella went from looking very composed and very kind of stoic in this moment to getting just shit whipped about 18 feet. And now her hair is like all messed up. And
So you said this was a tornado, right?
kind of.
It
was a very focused little whirlwind thing.
Yes. So whirlwind is what, like a tornado, or is it like
A little
whirlwind
cyclone.
or like whirlwind? Okay. If Morella's being sent in a spiral direction, does that mean her dress starts spinning?
Oh shit! Yes,
no.
it does.
Are we
I
going to
don't
commit a
mean-
massacre on this poor temple?
I don't mean to be that person, but
Morella, roll a
the
d20
literal
for me,
power is when
unmodified.
you twirl.
Roll an
It's
unmodified. Give me an unmodified d20. Just show me what you got.
Okay. I got a
Don't.
4.
4? Okay.
4.
So, as you go flying off, and you see the end of your dress like spinning out, you notice people are jumping out of your way, like just diving. But you notice like there are about 4 pillows that are just hacked to pieces right now as you come skidding to a stop on the floor.
I will say once Morella hits the floor, she just comes up, curls again, just in disarray, like springing here and there from like her tied up updo that she has. And she kind of smooths it. She goes, "That's the fuck did you then, Zakel?"
I just so I thought about like doing something fun with the wind, and then that happened.
While you were away, I don't know if you heard it, but the lady basically said that you're being tied to the Arcanthus gives you some stuff that might be on the sheet that the gods give you that lets you see what you can do.
I am so scared of what the gods give me at this point because it's never without a price.
Mine always comes without a price.
And then what was your name?
They call me Pyre Song.
It's a lovely name.
Or some people just call me Mother, and some people just call me Hey.
Hey, you.
Really, you can call me anything but late for dinner. I don't like to be called late for dinner.
Mm.
I am never late for dinner.
Okay. Is
Are
this supposed
you-
to be under what?
Feats.
Feats? Oh, fun.
As it is my fault for effectively murdering 4 of your pillows, I will go up to them and cast mending on all of them.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that very much.
I don't like to leave places worse than I found them.
Gail, I very much should mention, I found this murder dress in the closet, but maybe just don't try to, bless
Murder dress is a
Mur-
lovely term.
this very slashy murder dress in the closet on the ship, and I will very much maybe suggest that you don't try to have any
Tornado by you.
Yes, very much so. Unless you would like to have yourself look like what is it? The gesture, like look like the gesture where he's always smiling and laughing and having arcane fire on the hospital tents.
Oh yeah, from that that graphic tome.
The graphic
Yes.
tome.
Okay, all right. We're moving on.
Yep, that's lovely. Okay, so is there anything else you wish to discuss with this lady in this temple, or are you?
I mean, I have one other
I'm just
question.
gonna say Morella's just gonna process what Gail said about having fun with the wind, and she's not really gonna do anything. She just doesn't really feel comfortable in this situation. I think it's mainly because she's just kind of fear, but she's not gonna really do anything and
Okay.
leave it at that.
Well, you also did
Take
just
that
get shit with. You also did just get
Yeah,
shit whipped
she got
across
shit
the room.
whipped. So yeah, so she's gonna take time to process that, and also maybe like stretch
Hey,
out her shoulders after.
We were
almost
hopping
taking-
rooftops as kids. That
Hey,
was
yeah,
nothing.
but we took out almost 4 pillows and like Morella's collarbone. So
But we didn't subtract them from the population.
Anywho, what is this last
Uh,
question you have
yeah.
for her?
Miss Pyresong, question for you. This
yes.
can't this like boost, if you will. Is this something that gets stronger as we get older, or is it just like
It all depends on the person, I suppose.
is it sort of a whether you embrace it or suppress it kind of thing?
I don't know, because everybody's experience is different. I guess you will just have to see how your story unfolds. Maybe the gods will bless you with more if you're not a dick.
Okay. I don't know if that's
Gail is
how
not
that
a
works,
dick,
but
he is just a stinker. He's just a stinker.
I
That's all
didn't
he
say
is.
he was being
I
a dick.
am
I'm
a
just saying,
free spirit.
generally, people that are not dicks get more like nice things in the end.
I'm gonna try the other fun toy from this out, and I'm gonna use Mage Hand and poke Morella on the other side of the shoulder and see if she looks.
Bink, bink, bink.
Ha! You looked.
Morella, for the first time in a while, she actually like kind of just chuckles and like laughs, like just how they did like just before all this bullshit happened, just the two of them being able to joke around. But you can kind of see almost a refrain of this kind of like feeling like if it's okay to have this kind of fun anymore. Just considering so much that is on the line at the moment, but she is enjoying it while she can.
Okay, give me a quick perception check.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yes. Morella.
Morella. $12 plus. That's a 15. Flat 15.
So as you are laughing, just outside of one of the windows on this temple, well, window holes because they're not really windows, but you just see a few bluebirds just kind of singing and flying around almost happily in that moment.
Gail probably will take notice of this. She will like just like almost kind of like a stem. She just repeats the little bluebird sound that she hears out the window, just very kind of almost softly under her breath, as she then turns and looks back at Gail.
I smile because it's the first time I've heard of her stim in a hot minute. And I'll be like, hold on, one more question. I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna go back to Pyre Song real quick. Do you have any like reading material on Typhoros? Because I've kind of been doing this all like freestyle.
Yes, I think we might have something. And she kind of like goes into a back room, and you just hear shit clambering around everywhere, and like some shit rolls out of the doorway that she walked in, and you just see her kind of like reach out and pull it back in, and then she kind of comes out with just some scrolls of, well, this might not be the most accurate, but you know, this is what I got.
Hey, it's better than nothing, so I appreciate it. Is a hug appropriate here, or like?
Oh, I love hugs. And she like just kind of like grandma hugs the shit out of you.
We will be back.
You get the warmest grandma hug.
I will bring these back to you.
Okay. You know, and if they can not be like destroyed or like waterlogged or anything like that, like I'd appreciate it.
I will do my very best to keep them protected.
Okay, dear, you guys have, you know, good luck in whatever you're doing.
All right. We'll see you around in the future.
Thank you very much. Take care of yourself.
I have been for 800 years. I will
what?
keep doing so.
What?
What?
Morella would just like kind of like pocket that for a minute and then just keep walking. I just like, come on, Gav, we need to go back to the ship.
Okay, so as we're leaving, there's one of two options here, Morella. Either she's living like a crazy long time, or she's got like a cognitive disorder where she thinks she's lived a lot longer than she has. That's just my psychological expert opinion.
Well, considering the things that we have witnessed in our lifetimes, I wouldn't be surprised if it could possibly be both, but we need to head back.
Also, I'm sorry
She
for
feels
like chucking you in the air.
Oh, it's fine. Do you not remember the times where you accidentally pushed me off the roof and then I just fell into that whole entire barrel of rotten tomatoes? That was absolutely horrible.
Okay, that one was on purpose. This one was on accident, so.
Okay, well then it makes it even no need for even more of an apology. It was an accident. Don't worry about it, gal. Come on, let's go. Just make sure you don't like blast things around this dress at least, because I don't want to end up. I don't know. Again, I don't want you looking like the gesture.
It'll be a fun combo move in combat.
Ooh, very well. We should probably sit there and maybe next time we get on land after we leave this port, we can practice some combo moves.
Like I can blow the air underneath, and then you can like spin it and try and target it towards, like, I don't know. We'll start with like a tree or something.
I guess we can. We'll figure it out along the way. How about that?
Okay. I do need to get some things so I can make my medications again. I don't know what the ingredients are because me and Brian have never talked about how I make my.
We're gonna work that out.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Well, that is a conversation between you and God. Figure it out.
God has to have a conversation with him. All right, so you guys go on your way. You guys go to figure out the provisions. You do find the place that will provide them for you, and they tell you that for a month's worth of provisions for a crew of about 50 people, that will be approximately 900 gold for everything. Because you guys are starting from nothing. So it's not just like a little re-upping. It is from everything, and that will cover food for everybody. That will include some live animals if you wish, or they can give you pre-butchered animals that are salted and cured and all that kind of stuff. If you have the facilities, which you guys can on the ship, for a few live animals, chickens and the like.
Well, obviously, we need 2 of every animal.
I do not think you can fit every animal on your boat.
Morella's Ark.
Morella's Ark. All right. So, are there any conversations that want to happen in the night of, like, overnight as you guys are getting your boat work done?
Gale is in his office reading all of his new lore things.
Okay.
So I guess you can lore dump later.
I will lore dump later
in my DMs.
Yeah, let me know what specifically you're looking for, and I will get it to you. Anybody else? Any?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chantry will. Now that things have kind of like maybe not calmed down, but I think Chantry will take his new dog, and he'll go knock on Ellie's door, and he'll be like, "Ellie, Champy, are you awake?"
You would probably find Ellie in the crow's nest instead of in her room.
What are you doing in my room?
Fair.
Has Chantry moved his stuff up to the crow's nest?
I mean, that's where I stayed last time on the ship.
So you go up there and he has like the stuffed hay mattress like already up there, and like he's nested a little bit already.
It's hard to get the dog. The dog hates it. But yeah, if he notices that you're basically in his room, he'll go up to the top. He'll be like, "Oh, hello, Chappie. What are you doing up here?"
Just looking around. And you just sort of see her just taking in all the surroundings and things.
Standing directly in the middle of his bed.
And then she would look down. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Sorry,
No.
did you move?
No. Make yourself comfortable. Mikasa is Tsukasa.
Thank you.
Look, I wanted to check on you because I know things have been really crazy. Things have been really hectic. I've been turned into a dog. I'm not a dog anymore. We were on an island. We don't know how we got there. And you lost someone very important to you. And I wanted to make sure you were all right.
Are any of us actually all right?
No, but some can be more all right than others, and some can be less. And I just wanted to make sure you were either more or less.
I will be. I'm struggling a little bit because I'm not quite sure what to do with this. And she'll sort of pull out this blade, and it looks like it's made out of water, but it's not. This was his, and I'm not quite sure why I ended up with it, as it's a family blade, so it's not normal.
Well, I mean, perhaps you were family to him.
Perhaps.
In
She
that
sort of smiles
moment,
at the thought.
in that moment, you get the memory of you two standing alone on a beach, hand in hand, you kind of exchanging informal vows. Not really a ceremony per se, but just this moment where he sat there and basically told you that you were the love of his life and that there would be no other. And kind of that moment of just the perfect sunset and the foreheads together as his hands just like around your waist and everything, and like looking down and like his family beads that are around your wrist and everything, that moment that he gave them to you.
She would probably tear up a little bit, but then she's going to put the mask back on, just kind of wipe her eyes a little bit. I will be okay sometime.
Well, Chappie, drop by the nest anytime and we can chat.
Well, I do like it up here. You can see a lot.
Oh, yes, it's a great view. It's where most of my kind would nest, spend most of our time. And by that, I don't mean Kenku, obviously. I mean those who have the storm in their blood, like I do. It's how we feel most at home, in the crow's nest, waiting for that next storm to come rolling in.
Well, I guess this is our home now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. You're always welcome to stay up here anytime you wish.
I won't bother
Are
you
you-
too much, just maybe sometimes.
And he'll just put a little feathered arm around your shoulders and pull you in. And he'll be like, "It's all right, Chappie. You can always just be yourself around me."
And she'll give him a big ol' hug and then head back down. Stay warm up there. As she walks down the ladder. Well,
Don't
glides
worry
down the
about
ladder,
me.
I guess.
And once you get down there, you'll see the dog. He'll be like,
Dude, that dog would be so happy in the wind up there just all the time.
"I'm sorry, Chappie, but you don't know how to climb yet."
You could get a rope and hoist him up. Anywho, all right. So with that conversation had, everybody just kind of beds down for the night, or is anything happening that I needs to know about?
One thing Morella will do is that she will find Chantry and she will probably go up to the crow's nest for a moment. She goes, Chantry, I just wanted to let you know that I would very much like for you to, being the storm sorcerer and, might I say, the good luck charm of our ship, I would very much like for you to work with Morale when it comes to navigation and making sure that we can have the winds in our favor.
And I would appreciate it if you knocked next time. This is my room. I could have been naked.
I do sincerely apologize. I
Joking,
should have knocked.
obviously.
Well, I still would like to accommodate whatever is more comfortable for you, and you know that,
Oh my.
Chantry.
God, relax, Captain. It's going to be all right.
How does Morella respond to being called captain for the first time?
She honestly is a little bit shocked as she kind of takes one. She goes, I will be honest, Chantry, I feel like I have not yet earned that title, but I will do my best to do so. So from here on out, I will make sure to knock accordingly, because even if it's, when it comes down to it, I want to make sure that you are accommodated accordingly as a part of my crew and as also a part of this seafaring family.
Well, I appreciate it, Captain. No worries. I've got my little nest up here, and somehow I've got to figure out how to get the dog up here. Yes, I hear you. Hush.
Well, by the next morning, I would love for you and Morel to get together and talk about what would be the best course of action as of next when it comes to navigations and the winds of how we should once we leave port here. But please refer back to me, both you and Morel, with what we have planned for our next navigation route, and I would very much appreciate it.
Be honest with you, Chappie. I don't think he likes me very much, but I'll do what I can.
I will tell you very much. Morel is a very particular individual. I don't think he dislikes anyone as much as he likes anyone. There's only people that Morel seems to deem, what would be the term? One who cannot reach up to expectations. He will call out things that are honestly very honest and obvious, and things that very much reminds me of our former captain. And as blunt and as brutal as it may be at some points, especially in times of grieving and anxiety, it's very nice to know that we have a first mate who is willing to speak up and give a firm foundation for us to, all of us, to build on together. And I have full faith in him. And I know that he will take the time to listen to you and understand you. And I hope that you two can find a middle ground to get to the goals that we both and all of us are wanting to get to.
I shall do my best to endeavor, Chappie. No worries, Captain.
Thank you very much, Chantry. You are the best the best storm sorcerer and bird that there is, and I could not ask for anyone greater. The former captain has done a wonderful job picking you, and I am very honored to have you on my crew.
Oh, you do me great honor, Captain. Don't worry, I will endeavor to do the best I can.
Thank you, Chantry. You have a good night and sweet dreams. Make
you
sure
too, Captain.
that I hope to have your great eye on anything and everything around us. And with that, she will descend the crow's nest and probably check on the rest of the crew, make sure everybody's okay, make sure everyone's settled in. She will go and check on every individual just to make sure if there's anything that they need from her, budgeting wise. And make sure, like, hey, if they need these materials, let them know. Any reports that they have, she will go and collect those for the night before she finally and process those before she finally goes down and goes to sleep.
Okay. Does anybody pull Morella aside for any conversations before the night ends? Anybody checking in with her or doing anything like that? What?
I need to check in with her.
Okay.
Well,
No, I just
Ubriel
wanted to-
spoke first, so let him have a
So-
turn.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, that's fine. So no, the Morella had asked Ubriel if he was gonna like to figure out what we needed to do to get cannons going. So I don't know if there's a smithy here on the island.
Oh, there are plenty, but none of them know a damn thing about cannons.
Do any of them make
What about the
bells?
ballistas?
The ballistas they can fix, and they are working on those. Bells, like, not
Bells for,
really.
like temple.
Like when I say smithy, I mean like these guys make any metal parts needed on the ships. They make, like horseshoes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They make, basically hardware. They can work a forge. They can do that, but they're not like. And to make it clear, like cannons are made only in like to your knowledge, like 3 places on this world, and the majority of them are found on 2 types of ships, and that is, and again, this is majority. Not saying that there aren't pirate ships with cannons, but the majority of them are on sovereign navy ships or on ships belonging to the Coral Crown Trading Commission.
Okay.
Or coalition. I said one of those things. But the CCC. I'll just say it that way.
See.
They're
So it
dicks.
sounds like we have a couple of options then.
Yeah.
The
But for
Do we
like
know
if
where we are in
Gabriel is
relation-
going to like analyze what she's saying now, you would be able to say options right now for cannons, none in the immediate future. But
well, do we know where we are in relationship to where the ship went down?
where your ship went down? No.
Yeah.
No, because that
we
was
have no
in that
clue
little-
where-
That's why we passed out. We have no memory of where we were when our
Pretty
ship was
much
taken.
you guys-
where the was.
above game, what you guys figure out is that this is the area that many sailors have talked about that is almost like this in-game Bermuda Triangle type thing. Like
Okay.
ships go there, not always do they get heard from again, and the ones that do don't know where they were. Some people seem to remember little green men with their fingers up their butts. It's weird. Like a bunch of weird shit. Goblins are all like, "Nah, we ain't into that," but you know.
But Ubrio will be telling
um,
Marilla that there's no really metalwork. And by bells, do you mean like ding dong bells, or do you mean like
yeah, ding dong
something-
bells.
Okay.
Ding dong bells.
Because that casting is very similar to how
It's a
how
slightly
cannons
different-
get cast.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
a tapered casting versus a flanged one, but yeah, it's definitely
Okay.
But
the same tool is different application, very closely guarded secret. Wouldn't want to talk to anyone about it, but just asked around about bells and nobody knew
Yeah.
how to do it. So okay.
But what you would find out as you were talking though, that there are 2 options that they give you for added munitions of your ship. Somebody says because you got 2 empty weapon mounts on the top, they said that they can put up some, basically what they describe as Scorpios, which is like ballistas, only smaller.
Okay.
That doesn't shoot as long, and it does a little less piercing damage, but they have those. They're a little more easy to move around, 1-person operation for those as opposed to 2. And they say that they can equip, if you guys got a few more days, it's up to you, side shears, which is really good for cutting into a ship. Pretty much, it's basically putting in massive metal like blades on the side of the ship for you to. They said that they can put the Scorpio. Yeah, you guys got a ram. The ram they actually told you was in almost perfect shape.
Oh, cool.
Your ram, hey brother, your ram, real good, real nice.
Ram.
Okay, he's a good ram.
Nice ram.
Everything else on your boat is shit, brother. No good. Okay, you got like a big ass hole down there by the water line there, brother.
So
gotta get that fixed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got my guys on it, huh? But if you want the little Scorpio ballista things, I can do that for about 150 gold a piece. You want the big, the side shears, we can do that. Both sides, probably about 100 gold. It's up to you there, brother.
All right, I'll get. I think I'll have to get back to you in a little bit. I gotta check with the captain, the quartermaster. We'll see what we can do for funds and.
Cool, brother. And he throws up like literally every conversation, like one of the locals ends with you, kind of gives you one of those, and just it is like the island vibe for sure. You let me know that, brother.
I know where to find you. So yeah, just I would say continue. We've already approved the repairs, so we'll do that. But yeah, I gotta go have a conversation. So have a good one.
You have a good night there, brother. See you in the morning, yeah?
Peace. And he just switches his tail, cloaks his wings around himself, and starts walking back to the ship. So I'm going to look up and find Morella and let her know what's going on. Hey, Morella.
Jess, what is it?
So it looks like nobody that can make a cannon. I mean, so cannon's kind of closely guarded technology. Not many people get to do that. There's like 2, maybe. I'll say 2. There's like 3, but like really it's only 2 places that are usually doing like a good cannon kind of job that's like real and official. But like maybe I could figure something out if we could find a bell foundry. Rent their shop for a few, like 9-10 weeks or so. I don't know. Maybe faster if I can, figure out some shortcuts. But
dude, I'm sorry, but Ken's face just made me like picture Morel just coming in from a doorway, like unseen, just like the fuck you say.
I will say, Morella.
Weeks.
if you want to be safe, like I have to do it. Like the best I ever did just once for the Reavers, because they were a-holes and I tried to kill them. But like just one time I did like 4 really fast. But that was in my shop, and I know how to do stuff there that I could never do, and it went boom after. So like that's not an option anymore. Plus, I don't think they want me in Primana ever again. So like I can't go back. That's kind of a hard place to go for me.
All right.
But there is like maybe 2 other places that, I mean, unless I don't want to sell my soul to get a cannon. So
Ubriel, you were telling me that if we are wanting to have our cannons fixed right now, it will take.
No, you guys have no
There's
cannons.
no cannon.
Oh, we have like
cannons
no
on our
cannons.
ship. None
You
whatsoever.
He found areas where you could mount them.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But they aren't there now.
The cannons, no cannon.
Okay, I thought we were like trying to get like whatever few cannons.
that That answer,
No.
the cannon is like no cannon.
No
right now.
cannon. Like
But
we have
correction,
functionally zero cannon.
we do have ballistas, correct? That
Yes.
were damaged and are
Currently-
currently being fixed.
They're
Yes.
gonna fix
Alright.
our ballistas and our mangonels. They have the Scorpios, which is like a tiny ballista that they could mount if we wanted. We could also get the side shears. Might be good for ramming side damage, you know. Depends on what you're thinking we're gonna be doing for combat. It cost us another like 400 gold, they said, to get those
So-
three things installed.
So how much gold do we have? Like you said, like 1,000
23.
something.
2312
We
is
got-
what you guys got.
No, you only have 550 left.
So I was gonna say
No, it was
you
20.
spent 800 or 800, right? On
You
It's,
spent
9.
750, 900, and a upcoming 112. That leaves you with 550 gold pieces left.
Yeah, that's like 400 gold. So we have 150 left in the bank if we do that. I don't know. It might be worth it, but we have enough people
did
to man
you
them
did
all.
you factor in the cost of the crew for that?
No,
Yeah,
we need
I think
crew. I
think
think
we're
maybe
out.
we don't get the Scorpios or the Blades. I think we do that some other time.
I think Morel might have said that yes, that did include the crew. He said yes, that did include the crew.
Oh,
Okay, so we have the crew
I thought it
taken
was
care
just
of.
money.
So this is covering the crew, the fixing of the deck, as well as the fixing of the hole in the bottom of the ship.
That
And
is
provisions.
taking care of provisions, your ship back up to 100%, including all of its
Right.
armaments, and employing a crew for a month, which is what they agreed to do before they
Yes.
go to the regular. Because normally you don't
It's a
pay.
month?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's a month. And
Because normally you guys pay by share, but seeing as how you guys don't have a score to take yet, and you guys
Yep.
still technically have to get approved in the Brethren, they are
We have to
agreeing
go
to
to
sail with you
Bethbakra.
for 1 month, paid at 2 silver a day.
Do we get to Beshbakra in a month?
Yeah, yeah. You guys,
All right.
you guys can
And-
get the best Bakra in about 2.5 weeks if everything goes well.
That would be
That's
good.
that's catching the northern current.
we're down. We're
Um,
down to 438 gold.
All right. So, and this also includes the repairs for the ballistas or the
We'll
ballistas.
have
and
a
stuff.
functioning
That
ballista
is-
and plenty of ammo.
Yeah, that is giving you guys I would say probably about, we'll say 100 shot each for the ballistas. Like they give you enough of that. The mangonels, you can really put whatever is heavy
That-
enough to chuck in them. But-
That's too many ballista bolts. I'm gonna start throwing them overboard.
Jesus
All right,
Christ.
and we also did take into account the food and supplies that
Yes.
we are needing to get as well.
Yes,
correct?
it is fully
Okay.
provisioned.
All right.
Once we have time to
I
talk
will
about it.
say, Morel, upon Ubriel, mentioning that it's going to take quite a few months for these cannons to be made, is what you're saying?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not a short. They're kind of long. They're
Yeah,
expensive,
Morella-
usually.
Yeah, Morella will take a moment. She'll turn to she goes, I very much appreciate using the connections that you have, but I will say I would not
I
like
mean-
to. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, just I mean, there's a long shot. There's a possibility because you remember the cannons we had on the last ship, right?
The ones on
Guys-
the wheels, correct?
Yeah, we have to do track ones here, a little different, but those ones were the ones that I made for Kynan back in the day, and that's how I met him. He came to the academy, so there's a possibility maybe the academy help us out. You know, I could look at it, but we'd have to figure it out. It's a long shot. Like they might have cracked down on letting that technology out. So
Well, here's my concerns, Ubria. considering how long this is going to take for the cannons to be
It'll take-
made, it's a matter of weeks. I would like to see if any way, if you could somehow find any sort of connections of anyone who is willing to sell cannons to us. And
I'm sorry.
I know,
You know what kind of money we gotta get together to buy cannons.
and
I
that
used
is
to-
what I was going to chime in to say.
No
If you could,
disrespect.
no, none. There is no
My head's
disrespect
just
here.
swimming. My head's
I
a little dizzy right now, just thinking about how much money I used to charge people for cannons. Oh my goodness, it's a lot of
Thousands
money.
and thousands of gold.
Yeah, like a lot of money. like about as much. Like if we had all of our treasure back from the old ship, we could probably afford maybe like, I don't know,
Like
4.
90% of one.
Ubriel, do you think it would be a better investment to wait for the time for them to build the cannons and invest lots of
I
money
think
to be
I have to
there?
go and like work with them to build the cannons if we want to get any. Like, I don't know. We gotta
Above
figure
game,
it
there
out.
are options, but it
Oh, yeah.
will be a time investment.
Well, yeah, that's the next thing Marilla was going to suggest is like, so Val, how much are we going to need to have? Can you please write up a budget if you can make your
Yeah.
connections and find out the budget for us, and then we can
There's a
take on
lot.
whatever jobs we need to do so in order to try to at least accommodate a few cannons, or maybe we can make a deal if there is any. I am not really one, as maybe there are some governor ships here and there that maybe have a few cannons on board that we could also, accommodate for how their former captain would always like to take from the rich, steal from the poor, and maybe accommodate a few cannons ourselves.
I think cannon is a great idea, especially if we can find the right kind of people to raid. The
So
ones that we don't like a lot. They'd
So-
be good.
above
I
that,
will
like
make
thinking about how much you would buy one for, right? Like your head is saying, if you go to the right connection and they like you and they happen to have one, right? Cheap end, 2,500.
Yeah,
High end,
still,
normal going rate, like on the legal market, is about 3 times that.
see how
And it's
Morella's
going up
saying that-
because the Coral Crown is getting greedy. I'll say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
how
they're
Morella's
trying
saying
to
this
keep
is-
all of the like above game. I'm pretty sure they're trying to keep the price artificially high, so they're the only ones that can afford to buy them. So them and military.
Yep.
I will say with this situation, Morella is literally offering to Ubriel, like, hey, put your feelers out there to see if anyone's willing to sell some
I will leave
cannons
up.
and maybe we can make some relationships. But if you also hear any fucking whispers of some,
Right.
some shitty general ships or fucking military ships that are just causing havoc or wreaking havoc, any fucking bad fucking spots on the map that could have some cannons that we could raid for, let us know, because I'd
Beautiful.
rather
I'm in.
just raid a ship and take cannons from shit fucks who are going to use it to cause fucking pain and use it for us to do it for what we want to do, then
Yeah.
let them continue on to do what they do.
So-
So I'm going
So
full fucking
very
pirate
much
here.
so. Very much so. What you guys would be thinking then in that road? Just let you go. The only people that you guys hate as much as the Reavers and the Raiders is the Coral Crown, because they represent everything that you guys as freebooters and as pirates are against.
Mm.
But
Then we take on the Coral
fucking with
Crown.
them
Comes
is
at a price. Yeah.
it comes with the price, because they have the money and the power to make you disappear. So
what
if
I
you're
would
going to do it,
recommend-
you better make damn sure you take care of it.
I recommend we find someone who has a problem with another country or with a Coral Crown trading company. Get them to give us a writ that we could use to privateer that stuff. Because like, if we don't have paper to hide behind, they're gonna destroy us whenever we come around. So It's
I like how you talk,
it's a tough
Ubriel.
it's a tough motion to move, but I've seen how things go.
Both of you
I've
guys
been
can
in Kynan's
take
crew for a while.
both of you guys can take an inspiration for having the first legitimate pirate conversation in this campaign.
But
It's wonderful. But I
will
want to be
say-
inclusive. So let's give some other people's a chance to say things. Morel, Mr. Ken, you were itching for a chance to say something. So I would like Morel to kind of step up and have his conversation that he wants to have.
So I have nothing to say. I mean, I'm still very calm. I'm
You would
being
not.
attacked.
Yet the calm emotions would be well worn off by now. This is hours
Oh,
later.
good. What the fuck is going on? Who are you talking? What? Why are we all talking about some kind of fucking bullshit kind of things? I hear conversations like some lover's nest up in the air above the sails. I'm hearing all kinds of things about spending money that we do not have. Shouldn't Ellie be a part of this? I mean, if it comes down to funds, I mean, as it stands right now, we have less than 550 gold, 500 gold, 438 to be most precise, and we haven't even gone anywhere.
Above
Let
game, by the
alone-
way, Selkie, you're going to want to be very cued into how much you guys have because that is 100% part of the quartermaster. But
So-
continue.
These sudden gust of winds that blow across the ship, they interrupt our conversations, are getting kind of annoying. But other than that, I'm hoping that the seas calm in a way that we can adequately perform our duties according to Morella, our newfound captain, and making sure that she is doing the best that she can do, and we are supporting her in every way, shape, or form. But again, I'm hoping that that's not Chantry with his stormy abilities and blowing the wind left and right, but we'll figure it out. I see that a nuisance fog has blown in. Yes, spermy abilities. That's unfortunate. The spermy
Is
abilities.
Morel saying this to Morella or Ellie or Ubriel?
Oh, I'm randomly chanting on deck like I normally do, pacing around, kicking the scabs of the ship off, looking at the poor deck being ripped asunder and then replaced with what appears to be inferior product, but
It's not. It's perfectly good product.
Well, we'll see. This is the outermost core of the teak wood. It's not as bright and shiny, and I'm sure that Ellie will be most disappointed that she's not able to paint beautiful scenes of gargantuan lilies and posies and daisies and other feral kind of vines growing all over our ship. But until that point in time, maybe we can talk about something that's more relevant.
Okay.
Morella, how are you feeling?
How am I feeling?
It's your
Well,
first day as captain. I mean, you and your glow buddy took off for a while and on an extravaganza when you probably should be on ship. But nevertheless, how is it going for you already this morning? We've already spent nearly 3/4 of our funds getting this ship back to ship shape.
Well, Morel, if you must know, I was talking to Ubriel about ways to get hold of cannons, and considering that our budget is rather a bit short, I figured we could possibly seek into some more, what would be the best way to put it, missions to acquire cannons from certain ships who are not very deserving of their positions, those who use it for power and for harassment among civilians. And since we cannot ourselves afford cannons, perhaps we should maybe start small and find ourselves a few ships to where we can acquire ourselves our own weapons of which we need without spending much coin.
Well, My best recollection is that you'll be hard pressed to find anything of any real value on any other ship if you're talking about cannons other than ballistas. We have the opportunity to pick up some ballistas, that'll be fine, but cannons in general. You have to remember. You have to remember. Right now, we're sailing under no flag. We're sailing under nothing at this point. As soon as we get to, go ahead.
I do apologize, DM. What is the establishment we're supposed to register with officially?
That is just known as the Pirate Brethren. It is the complete society of pirates that is loosely maintained.
And we still need to register with them, correct?
Yeah, you need to go basically and say that Captain Kainan has fallen, and that you have taken captaincy and would like to take his place, and they will make judgment and decide if you are in or if they are going to give you a task to complete to prove yourself, is the way that usually goes.
All right. Upon Morel mentioning that, I do apologize. I had to get a bit of a reminder above table. Upon Morel mentioning that, she will pull out the contract, unroll it, and she will present it to Morel. She goes, well, we are currently flying under no flag, but I guess from what you were saying, the first thing that we need to do before we even leave this port is to make sure that we are registered underneath the proper associations.
No, this is not Kainan's vessel to begin with. You're not a proven individual yet. That's what we're here to do. But without any provenance, you will not be able to do anything but pure piracy. I mean, even that comes at a hefty cost. The fact of the matter is that these shipboard armaments that we have currently should be covered up. We should harken a flag that is under some type of a trading vessel or something of that nature, and then hoist the second flag in which we are currently empty and have nothing aboard ship.
Might I ask, is there a type of flag that we can sail under that is like for monster hunting or sea monster hunting?
First and foremost, we're not registered with anything.
Yeah, I figured that. Okay.
Being registered and obtaining the proper permitting, if that's what it is, I'm not sure, and being able to hoist the correct colors. But as a ship with no provenance, the best we can hope for is to hug the coastline and make sail as quickly as possible and hope that we are not assailed. But we need to get the crew on board, and as soon as we get the crew on board, we need to assess who they are and what we can do with them. We need to set aside some individuals specifically to help out Ubriel and Ellie and Eric. Gail may have an individual or two, probably one for now, but at least 3 or 4 in case we are under attack and have need for healing and things of that nature. They might be able to help Gail out. You probably need an individual to help you at some point in time, and like myself.
I was hoping you would be the one who would do that, Morel.
Well, I'm not going to dress you, Morel. Let's make that very clear. But you do need a cabin steward to take care of your daily needs. You're the captain. Fetching your own food, water, and other things is beneath you at this point, especially when we get the crew on board. The jovial nature of your past has to be set aside at some point, especially when the crew gets on board. We all know that we can retire to possibly an area within the ship in which we can, let's just say, fuck around. But I don't know at this point in time how that will affect the ship and the other individuals that we bring on board. They may find it as being weak. They may find it as being strong. Those are things that we have to find out once we set sail. But the
first thing... Sorry, continue.
No. Go ahead, please.
Well, as you said, Morel, the first things that we need to do is to make sure that we register this ship as well as the captain of it as well, and make sure that we have a flag to fly under, and we can no longer be questioned, at least as to who we have our alliances with. And we can, as you said, we cannot fly under no flag whatsoever, for we are just a victim in a nothing but prey for anyone on the seas.
Well, keep in mind that since we are not registered, there is a log, and I would understand that it would probably be kept. Again, I don't know the nature of this vessel prior to our taking over it and you becoming the captain. But the fact of the matter is that it has a quite large, prominent feature on the stern of the ship that states the Ocean's Grail. That might be the first thing we need to look for, is what possibilities of this ship were in the past. Was it truly a merchant ship? Was it a warship? If it was a warship, under whose ownership or who they were aligned with? Just having that name at the back of our ship currently may put us in great jeopardy, but I don't know.
So if you are saying that we need to understand this ship's reputation in order for us to understand what kind of threats that we may have among us on the seas.
Exactly. It's similar to why I don't go, don't go into town very often, because I don't know my own background, and we've discussed this. I don't know what my previous lives were like. They could be good, they could be bad. But putting into the reference of this ship, it's the same thing. This could have been a holy vessel. Currently it is a holy vessel. They're fixing it, but nevertheless, it could have been part of a raiding ship. Maybe it belongs to one of those individuals that Ubriel talks about all the time. We don't know.
Morel, if you would like to join me I would like to actually, if we cannot find blueprints of this ship of some sorts in some sort of archives, I would like to have you with me walk the perimeter of the ship in order for us to map things out, find out where every crevice and every little room is, and we may make sure that this ship is covered to every extent and what we need to fix and what needs to be done and what we need to budget for. I know that we are not exactly left with bare bones per se, but I very much know that we have much more things we must prepare for before we decide to leave this port, and especially head out to sea as we wish.
Well, unless you're planning on taking these individuals and doing something on this island, or raiding, or doing something like that, our best bet is to get underway. That would be my recommendation.
Then as soon as the repairs are
Move as
done,
quickly as possible, possibly hugging the coastline if we can, and at least getting ourselves to a location in which we can at least say that we are seeking the right documentation, we've figured out the provenance of this ship, we understand that as the captain that we are going to be flying under your flag, and we don't even know what that flag is yet. So those are a few things that need to be taken care of. But with Ellie on board and being able to have pen and paper in hand, I'm sure that she'd be maybe flourish it a little bit with a butterfly or two, but be able to keep quite an accurate log of our earnings and where they go.
Morella, are you saying that we should go to the SMV and just pretty much tells them that we are trying our best to make to the proper location in order to register and hope for the facts that we will not get eaten by another street shark?
I get paid next week. I will have it registered.
We are inadvertently pulled over by the individuals that be. It might be unfortunate that we might have to cut and run, as they say, but we will find out when we find out. But our main priority should be crew. And I would suggest that once we get the crew on board and we at least give them something valuable, which works out to approximately 224 gold for maybe 40 individuals. That would at least secure them for a month. We have provisions you've already paid for. They should be coming on board tomorrow morning, hopefully. So
Thank you very
again,
much for handling that, Morel.
Ellie will have to make Probably have to get with Eric and figure out how many goats, chickens, pigs, those types of things that we have. But don't forget, we're also going to pick up a few cats because I noticed several large rats making their way throughout the galley when I was.
I was
down
gonna
there.
say, just picturing Eric
I
down
feel
in
very
the
much
galley,
say.
finding this cat and just being like, "Go, like get," and it just like jumps up on him, is like,
I feel
yeah, like
very
that.
much say. I do not mind the cats at all. The cats I've always been told from since I was a little girl, even at the orphanage, they were told to bring us luck because they were told to chase away the bad omens and
I really want to
bring
make a joke right
prosperity
now,
to
but
those who are around them.
Mama
I mean, look
Selkie
at
is
the little
watching,
fuzzy
so
one.
I'm not gonna.
I do have a recommendation. My recommendation would be that because of where Chauncey is and his location, basically dead center over the ship, he could make watch very well over individuals that we bring on board. Maybe we make him the bosun. That way, he has complete control over the crew that are not directly assigned to individual members of the rest of the crew, ourselves in general. But that he should be able to take charge of that relatively easy. He does have a great watchdog, and I'm sure that Riddick will do just fine.
I think your
Barking,
name is Riddick now.
barking orders.
Chantry has such a knack for catching patterns, and I feel like, especially him being in the crow's nest of the ship, he would very easily be able to see any sort of dischange in patterns of when it comes to any sort of especially new crew members we are bringing on the ship. Because I do know that coin sometimes does not sway the individual well enough for them to not seek their own selfish desires beyond of what they are paid to do.
Well, let's figure this out. I need to get the list of the individuals at least. Hopefully in the morning I'll have a list of individual names, and I'll start to task them out when I get up early, if that's possible. But
I
they're
will
still
make
working
sure that
on
Ellie is there as well. We can all three go through the crew together, and we can figure it out. And is there any certain concerns that you have, Morale, when it
just
comes
things
to
that-
hiring this crew?
to hiring. It's going to be a case in which, to be quite frank, we'll test drive the individuals that we have and put them to the best task they seem suited for. But it's not uncommon to have a few of them, tiny percentage, leave on their own accord at each individual dock or port or town. It's the way it is, and we may have to pick up a few more. We may accidentally lose a few individuals overboard during our quest to go get our paperwork. That is a likelihood, especially with temperaments that can be had. I'm not
There's
sure.
always the likelihood of losing men when it comes to being at sea, Morale. We both know that in the last 3 years we've sailed together.
Well, I've not had roasted goblin in a while, so I'm hoping we get one or two.
Well, I would never like to try roasted goblin again. I will guarantee you that. And personally, it almost seems a little bit wrong, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, a little cannibalism never hurt anyone.
Well, when you're desperate, when it comes to the
categorically
great
untrue.
seas and you're out of all the hardtack, well, sometimes you got to make do.
Well, Eric,
Just so I'm clear, you guys are advocating for if the hardtack gets bad, you eat the semen.
Well, Eric is good at making stew.
Jail! Jail!
Too salty.
Double jail!
Oh shit, my kid is watching. That's okay. He's 15. It's fine.
Well,
anyway.
Don't hate us, Selkie's mom.
Okay, from what I've heard, Selkie's mom probably loved that one. So I hope Selkie's mom gives me a pass. Anyway, so here's what I'm gonna do for you guys is I'm gonna share with you, unless Ken doesn't want me, that list I shared with you, I'm gonna share that to everybody.
Okay, I updated it. Did you see that?
I did see that there's colors and everything on it now. So
Yeah, it was just
off,
me doing.
off game, I will let you explain that to everybody.
Okay.
So you guys can have but what I'm pasting it in there now, the link to it.
Okay.
And it is pinned. That is your crew as it sits. You guys can, whoever's managing that, you can update the weaponry and everything to full. I will add on the rest of your ship stats so that there is an active place to go and look at how much health your ship has when it comes to C2C combat. You guys will be able to see it and keep track of it. But it is there. But to get everything moving for the night, so these conversations are had, and Morella, you go back to your cabin, and you realize, like, because in this room, it is significantly, because you've seen the other rooms in here at this point, it is significantly more opulent, as the captain's room usually is. Not every room has a 4-poster bed like you have. Not every room has carpet like you have.
Marilla is not used to even this. Like, this is kind
Right.
of like she almost feels uncomfortable in this room. I'm going to
So-
tell you straight up.
But you do see that there is a very large desk. And on that desk is a big ass book. And it is a leather bound book. It is pristine and it is just sitting there. Do you check it out?
Marilla is going to give me a moment. Let me make sure I believe I have this still on hand. Yeah, I'm gonna ritually cast detect magic
Okay.
before I touch this thing.
Okay. So as you detect magic, something very interesting happens in that you definitely pick up that the book is magic, but this whole ship kind of pulses as magic, and that I'll say, because as you're tapping into the arcane weave and everything that it is, you notice that there is this constant line between you and the ship. And it's kind of like moving, kind of like inside of one of those like little Tesla ball things, you know what I mean? Like when you put your fingers on it and it's all like, but so it's
Yeah.
always moving around and it's always connected to you. And in that moment, you realize you can feel every single person that is out there working on the boat throughout the night, because in order to get it ready by tomorrow, that's what's happening. You can feel every nail that's being pounded in. You can feel every thing that gets fixed. You feel something gets a little bit better.
So she has a spiritual tether to this ship. Can I, like, if I need to roll, does Morella, like, at least be able to acknowledge that, like, okay, this is like a tether to the ship? Like, I myself as a player acknowledge
Make an
that.
Arcana check.
Okay, yeah. Because I feel like Morella, still considering her state of mind, wouldn't be able to even process that. So I would happily leave that up to her roll. Arcana?
Yep.
All right.
With advantage. I'll give you
Oh,
advantage.
with advantage. So that's
Yeah,
an
because you
18
are seeing this tether, so
18 for the first roll and a 14 for the second roll plus 4. So 18 plus 4, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
22. All right. So with a 22, you kind of absent-mindedly take out that piece of parchment that is your deed of ownership, right? And you
Mhm.
look at it like instinctively. And you notice that ink that it was written in is this dark crimson color. And your head goes back to when those couple drops of blood came out of your hand and went into that door handle and just kind of sucked in. And you recognize this as kind of a blood magic. And as you read over this contract, your eyes go right to soul ownership, because that soul is not spelled the way that it should be. It is spelled SOUL, which is a little more telling. And in that moment, yeah, you pick up on the fact that you are bound to this ship in some kind of a way. How that works, you have no idea because you have never seen this kind of magic before. But and in this moment, you kind of instinctively also kind of like open the book, right? And you have written nothing. But everything that you have made a decision on is recorded. The gold that you spent for the provisions is on there. You see, like under a living roster, you have already seen everybody's name written, first mate, Morel Dastore, and, quartermaster, Ellie, last name, because I remember him because I'm a good
So
dude.
I don't think Marilla has made Ellie officially the quartermaster yet, which is actually what I want to mention on.
No, he
Upon
got
her
voted because that's one of those things
Oh,
you
they
don't,
did.
as a captain, get a call on it. She gets voted, so her name is in there.
Okay.
And so, like, all of this stuff is just being recorded, and like, because Morel said that he hired that he put in for about 40 crew. There are a list of 1 to 40. The names are not on there yet, but it's like it is already there, and the money for the repairs is like it is actively like auditing itself, like writing down what every process is costing as it goes, like right in front of your eyes as it's happening.
So it is writing itself out in front of my eyes, is what you're saying.
Yes, in your handwriting.
Morella is just going to look at this book, and again, just with her detect magic on, she is going to she's gonna take like her hand, put it in where it's writing. She's not wanting to really interrupt any sort of magic that's going on, but she's going to kind of turn it over to look at the cover and any sort of details in this book that give away of like the kind of who this is from. Is this from the captain or is this from something else? Does this have anything
You're
to
looking for a name that is attached to it, like who was captain before you?
No, not a name, just
Or
any sort of symbols, or like even if there's symbols relating to the ship, considering that she is now connected to the ship. So if there's any sort of symbols that she's seen around the ship, I don't mind making a few rolls. I know she hasn't really paid attention to the ship; she's more been focusing on her crew.
Yeah.
But if
I
there's
would
anything
say
relating to the ship.
I would say in the book there is nothing distinctive that would stand out as being connected other than just, like I said, this crimson ink that is writing itself in your handwriting. Like that is the only sign that it seems to be connected to you. Now, looking around the desk, you do find another book that is there.
Okay.
But like looking for some kind of like plausible connection, like something like any kind of runes or anything like that, like you don't find anything.
I will say, and this is just like considering everything that's gone on, Morella kind of just sits there watching this crimson writing just play itself out in front of her. She's trying to process it, not really along with the feelings of all the ship around her. I would say she probably gets a bit overwhelmed. She's going to push her chair back, just kind of just heavy breathing, and just she is just going to, at this moment in her own private quarters, out like nobody watching her, she is going to just take a moment to just go under her covers and just conceal herself and just try and process things outside of everything she has had to fucking take on in these past few days.
All right. Eric, can you make a deck save for me real quick? You are muted on Streamlabs, sir.
That would be an 8.
An 8? All right, so as you're working in the galley, like you're kind of like whipping dishes around, trying to get in everything into shape. You knock over a stack of dishes, and like they all just shatter as these clay dishes like break. And Morella, like as you're hiding under the covers, you like feel all of those break, and you're you're just like as if it happened right next to you, and you're just like.
You literally, like, nobody would hear this, but literally, Morella just, again, it's kind of like she's being overstimulated. Like, she literally is already just wanting to try and conceal herself in a fucking bubble. But then somebody turns a really fucking bright light on, and she's just like, ah! Like, that is literally kind of like the thought process of what she's going through. She is like, I am trying to not feel everything that this connection of this boat has, but like she's just really trying to.
Are you actively thinking that? Like, is Morella thinking that? Like, I need a break, like that type of. Or is that just Taylor saying that, or like what's her thought?
No, it's not Taylor saying that. It is literally like Morella. She like with this connection with the ship and literally watching this thing unfold and writing things out in the book. She is just like, there's so much going on, and then suddenly feeling like things crashing down, and her feeling everything in the ship.
Yep.
She, I'm trying to find the best term for it, like. Overstimulation is definitely like a base term for it, but yeah.
Here's the way I'll say it then. As you get this moment where you literally just kind of shout out as you are being overstimulated, it seems to back off. And for this moment, you get this give and take type feeling with the ship, that it's not just a one-way thing. You feel almost like the ship cares.
She still is very. Actually, hold on. Evens or odds?
I always go odds. Because I can't even.
All right, so that's a 16.
Okay.
So I will say Morella does know that, like, this is like I feel like she's trying to process that, like, this is like the part of the process of this blood pact that she made, because she's easily acknowledged that the lettering and the writing is obviously in blood, but she's more now just trying her best to try to adjust to what this feeling is, and to be one with the ship and also one with her crew. Because again, this is a burden of responsibility that she is not used to, that I think she's finally acknowledging all the weight that the captain has had on him for so long. And it's not something she was really ready for at this point, especially considering this very physical rendition of how the crew and the ship is handled at this point.
Okay. All right. So to recap, Morella is currently full on curled up under her blanket, just trying to take a break, and
she's just trying to process shit. That's all she's trying to do. Go back to the other crew right now. She is
have a nap.
Like, she needs a moment.
Would we have heard her like scream and shout out like that though?
Probably.
Because if we did,
I would say
I feel like
I would say you being out on deck, you probably would have, since you were still out there. So, yeah, if you want to do something.
Well, Ellie would sort of open the door super rushed, and she would have paper in one hand and a quill in the other, sort of like she's ready to stab something, thinking that the captain is getting injured. Captain? And then she sort of.
You just see Morella curled up under a blanket in a ball, like just.
And you have the little head like sticking out, like. Oh my god!
Are you okay?
I really don't like all that has just happened right now, and there is so much that is going on. This ship is from what I could see, is very different, and I think I now see why the captain was as stressed as he was and why he would yell at me sometimes, but Jesus Christ, I didn't think it would be this bad.
And she'll just walk over. May I sit?
Morella, you just kind of see like a little bean-shaped like thing underneath the covers just kind of twitch, and then Morella kind of sits up. Curls just kind of again just strayed from her pins that are holding up whatever is left of her hair. You're always welcome to sit. I just needed a moment to decompress. You know what I mean? Like, is the captain not allowed to scream in his quarters? Scream in their quarters.
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
Wonderful.
And she'll just sort of like, can we decompress together? And she'll like hold her arms out for a hug.
I'm fine, Ellie. I just have a lot to process. But you, are you all right? And
Well,
she will
going to
immediately
answer the
go out.
question when you're lying to me. You're not.
I am
fine.
not
None of us are
lying to you.
fine.
I really don't know what's going on. So no. How about this? If you tell me if you are all right and we talk about it together, then we can go from there. And with that, she will just pull Ellie into a hug and she goes, "Let us take a deep breath, as the captain always said." If only we had our usual chocolates whenever Vivi gets very angry. Oh, dear
I
God.
do miss chocolate.
I miss it too, but right now our budget really is not accounting for it at the moment.
Well, why don't you rest for now? Oh dear lords.
I'm so sorry. John sent me a photo that. I was not ready for that. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm fine. Because I thought this was like role play, like related. So I was like, okay, gonna check my messages. Nope. Okay.
What did
No,
you
but-
send her?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would, because that broke you pretty quick.
No, so but yeah, I really do miss the chocolates. I
Also,
honestly I
John's
miss them.
actually red right now.
But
That's
honestly,
only getting me more curious.
Trust me, Brian. You don't want to know. I like just trust me on this. You don't want to know, buddy.
As long as it's not an HR violation, we're all right.
It's fan art.
Yeah.
I thought I wanted to know.
Then it was
I
a.
didn't wanna know. Trust me. you
Did
don't
we
wanna
have
know.
an HR violation, sir? It's fan art. Drawn by me.
It's called hentai and it's art.
Very, very veiny art. Anyway, back to the non-hentai conversation. For Selkie's mom, hentai is anime porn, just so you know.
But back to now, Ellie, it really does not matter what is going on. I need to make sure the ship is in tip-top shape. I also, first and foremost, I need to make sure that my crew is in tip-top shape. So, Ellie, how are you doing? I know I haven't had the time to go by and check on you. I've been trying to just accommodate to everything with this new shift that has been going on. But how are you feeling? I know that with all that's happened recently with your former partner and such, I want to make sure that you are doing okay. And I just need to make sure everything is up to the task for our next voyage.
So just sort of give her another really big squeeze. I will be okay. How exactly I'm feeling, I think, is better discussions for when we are actually sailing, rather than while we wait and get everything figured out. But I also want to point out to you that if you are not okay, none of us will be either.
Well, I will be just fine, trust me. I'm just more worried about getting ourselves back on this first expedition as, I guess, now official captain of this ship. But one of the things as my quartermaster, I would very much like to make sure that you and your friend of yours are going to make sure that everything runs smoothly. I know you as a sailor and as an individual for the past many years that we have sailed together, that you are very dependable. I need to make sure that you have at least a good eye on the new addition to, I guess, that has
Myself?
joined us. Yes, indeed. I did not wish to impose. I'm not quite sure how the relationship works, so I didn't want to, I guess, state such.
Well, to be honest, I'm not really quite sure how it works. It's sort of interesting. But again, that's a conversation for another day, not a late night. So you rest. I will take my weapon here and just sort of like pull the quill back.
Why are your cheeks flushing? Why do
They're
you feel
not.
so warm?
They're not.
They are.
And then you would just see her with the quill on her face. Oh,
Did you just accidentally stab yourself in the face?
no, like
No,
the feather spot.
Oh,
It was
okay.
so nice
I
on the
thought it was
face.
like the sharp part. Like, okay.
Morella just kind of sits there. She just gently places the back of her knuckles against her forehead, and she just goes, "Just make sure you do not overexert yourself. I know a lot of us are under a lot of pressure right now, but if you need anything, you come and get me immediately. Do you understand? And if I am not available, you go to Morel. He is the first mate. And as quartermaster, I hope that you are able to handle any sort of issues that were to come. If anyone gives you any problems, you bring them to me, and I will make sure to take care of them."
Oh, he could just eat them. You could tell, like, she's smirking. She's just kind of joking because she knows that's probably not what he would want.
Make a fantastic quartermaster, but make sure that that individual does not eat anybody without my say-so. I really would like to refrain from having such a horrible reputation. I figure the captain. Some people are very much in need of being eaten, but there are some who just maybe deserve to just be scared
There's
and learn
a
their
joke
lessons and be on their
there.
way. But we have our morals here, and you know that. And I trust that you will follow through with them, and I hope that you will choose to hope that your friend will be willing to follow through with them.
Of course. But please rest. You need it. And with that, she would
You
just sort of
as
like awkwardly pull the quill
As
off of
Ellie
her
is
face
walking
and
out,
walk
when she
away.
says some people deserve to be eaten, was that innuendo or did she mean I can eat people?
She's just gonna sigh and just keep walking.
That was a question. Ow! Taylor's banging on shit.
No, I'm just. The shit's hilarious. I love it.
All right.
With that, Morella's going to bed.
Okay. Gail?
Gail also would like to make a stop at the captain's quarters because
so
I
this
meant to
is
talk
the
to
way-
her earlier and then you skipped.
No, that's fine. This is the way this
No,
is going to
it's fine.
play.
Morella
This is gonna be the way this is
answers
gonna
the
play.
door just in like
No.
her usual nightgown that you are very familiar with, and she's like, "Hello, Gal. What is it?"
The visual I have is like the door just closes as Ellie is leaving, right? You just hear the satisfying click of the door being shut, and you're like, finally, and whoosh, it opens right back up. And Gail just kind of, bah!
Hello, Gal. What is it you
buddy.
need?
Hey, buddy.
Just here to check in because you know you've had a rough day, had a rough couple days, and you know I just want to make sure that, with all this new stress, you're not forgetting that you're just an amazing human being all by yourself. So let's not forget who we are, and let's thrive on who we are and use that energy to do good, right?
That was the
Morella just chuckles at like the happy-go-lucky every sort of fucking phrase that comes out of Gail's mouth. She absolutely adores. Like there is almost like Gail to her is like a little like ringing bell in her ear. It is just pleasant and it always just graces her presence in like the best way possible. And she just can't help but sometimes get a giggle out of it or just something happy out of it. And she goes, Gail, I will say, things definitely are not as they used to be when we were back at the orphanage, but I will say I am a little bit nervous, but knowing that you are here and as well as everyone else that we've had around us, I think I'll be okay. I just had to release a little bit of the rage of the waves, you know what I mean? As you have, sometimes you have to let out the gale winds, you know?
Yeah, yep. I do know what that's like. I just wanted to make sure because you were a little skittish at being happy when we were at the temple, and I just want to make sure you're not forgetting that you're allowed to be happy.
I know that I am allowed to be happy, Gal. I just right now it's very difficult to be happy. It's not that I'm not trying to not allow myself to be happy. I feel like there are more things that are more important right now. I can't focus on as much as our fun games as possible, and I feel like maybe I was more kind of grieving because perhaps that might have been the last time that we could really go on our adventures alone together. From here on out, Gail, I'm going to be the captain of this ship. I'm not going to just be able to go off and do shenanigans as I usually as I usually do. But one of the main reasons I am very grateful since I have you around is I want to make sure that I still remember that part of me. Even if I can't celebrate it the same every day as I used to with you when we were growing up together in the orphanage. And the time on the seas where we didn't have to worry about the crazy responsibilities of having to take care of crew members and all that's happening. I am happy, Gal. Maybe that might not be the right term. I am upset of what has happened, but I just also know that I grieve the times that I can't have the same moments that we did when we were kids. Because I feel like this, not only for me, but for the both of us, Gail, I need to depend on you to take care of our individuals, especially Morale. Like, I know you change his medication all the time, and sometimes it can be very concerning. But Gal,
as canon, Morel does not take meds. It's been established.
Oh, I
have to say. No, it started as a joke. Ken doesn't like it though, so we drop it.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
All right. But still, we need to make sure that this is no longer about us, Gail. We can't just frolic through the plains like we used to. I'm more just kind of grieving what's the life we used to have, because this next step from the time that we lost our captain, from the time that we have stepped foot on this ship, it has no longer been about us. It has been about our crew and everything that we have, everything that our father has taught us from here on out. and I would like to depend on you as someone who can make sure that you can keep the sanity of this crew, because I know that I'm going to need it. But just, I'm not going to be one to be testing your medication scale. I'm just telling you that right now. Just only the things that you are absolutely sure about.
Oh, of course. Everything is completely FDA approved.
Are you
Nothing
just saying
is
that, or will
new.
you actually sign it on paper?
I have it on some papers.
I really don't know if I should take your credit for that, but
Listen, there will be times where we can walk away for a minute when we're docked and getting supplies. We can make that our little take a breath run, you know?
well, I will have to. We can't just disappear. It's like we used
No,
to.
obviously.
I will have to. I
but-
will obviously have to make sure that Morale will be in charge. And the thing is, I do not want to burden Morale with having to be stuck with babysitting this crew while we go off and do what we wish. Don't get me wrong. I want to live carefree, but and do as I have. But right now, there are so many people depending on not only me, but on all of us. And if I don't do what I'm supposed to, this crew is going to die, and as well as our captain's memories. And I can't let that happen.
You're
You're
gonna
me
figure
again?
this out.
Oh.
You're gonna be a great captain, and we're all gonna make this work. So, just
Gail, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm
give
just
her a
going to be
hug.
honest. She's just gonna hug Elle back and just be like I didn't realize that this was going to happen so fast, and I thought that we were just going to sail the seas forever, and then the street shark showed up.
There's a part of me that wants to just sit there and have the ship say, "We are gonna sail the sea."
No, but I will say Morella will take that moment to just she will just kind of cry it out with Gail, as like they did when they were kids, of like any time that something new happened, just she's just Gail has always been like that comforting individual, and she is just gonna kind of take that moment to take that little bit of frustration and just kind of let it out, to hopefully flush it out and reset for the next day, to try and better and clear her mind of all the conflicting emotions.
Okay.
I'm also gonna try and teach her a mindfulness exercise to turn that anxiety into energy, like positive energy she can use.
I will say Morella will take it into context, but it will not be executed until it's needed.
But it's a new skill you'll have learned
She's
for the
saying
future.
She doesn't have the spoons today.
Well, I don't want to blow up the ship by accident.
That's valid. Okay, so with that, the night comes to an end, and where I'll get us to leave off for next time. The morning does come. The rest of the supplies come. 40 new shipmates eager to sail. All do board the ship. Morel does take, I think, 7 of them to apply to each of you individually as kind of minders, as officers. So you guys have your personal Samwise that will stay on the ship. They won't come off the ship with you, but on the ship they're there. And just so you know, for all joking about eating goblins, you guys do have a goblin compatriot named Pigmud. 2 of them. We got 2 of them? Beautiful. You guys got 2 of them.
Can we get a fart buckle though?
Huh?
Come
No,
on,
we're
fart
not going to get
buckle.
a fart buckle. We're going to do
Oh,
our
damn
heart.
it. I want a
I'm
fart
sorry.
buckle.
It was a goblin and a kobold. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Goblin
One
and a kobold. But we can go over that next time.
Strap.
For now, though, you guys do get everything set. you guys are set to get underway. Hearing your predicament, and being another pirate outpost, and realizing you got to get to Beshbakra, they do provide you a flag. They don't know how current it is, but they at least give you a flag that you guys can fly so that you're not flying with nothing, because that's not something that you guys want to do.
What colors are it?
I will get back to you on that.
Because every ship should have a storage of normal flags.
Yeah. And I did look into that. I just don't have that up right now because I kind of got down to get ready to segue out, but we will have that by next time. But you guys are all set to sail, and all of you guys are up. I will say, again, to remind you, there is still one automaton on board as acting as kind of the guy at the wheel. That seems to be his only job. So as you guys get ready to sail.
No, I thought we melted him down to make a bell.
You did not melt him down to make a bell. That is Justin's backup, and we are going to keep him there. So, like, as you get ready to sail, like, you do got a guy sitting there. I am Brick.
I am Brick. Brick Rattle.
Wait, so was the bell thing a joke?
The bell thing was a joke. You were not going to melt down Justin's backup character to make a bell.
No, I was talking about, like, never mind. I think that joke
We
just
need
went
the bell-
over
the
my
bell
head
was
way
real.
beforehand, and I just caught up with it.
Yeah.
Can you carve us a bell while you're doing nothing downstairs?
Or a bell end.
Who, me?
I think that was a little bit of a poke at Ubriel. But either way, as everything gets ready, the wind is favorable to get out. The other ship does kind of pull out. That bellows a little bit of smoke as it does what it does, but it does come and hook up to your ship to get you out because there is absolutely no wind in this cove.
It bellows smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck this ship. I want that ship.
It moves very slow at 0.5 mile per hour, but
That's fine, but it bellows smoke. That's ominous.
That's ominous. But it does get you guys out of this cove, and you guys sail past the giant ballistas on the way out. And you guys are now sitting out in front of this bay. You guys do feel the wind coming across the deck as all of you kind of look up to Morella. And what does Morella say when she's not looking at dirty pictures from John? Fan art, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. Could you please repeat that? I was too busy laughing. I sincerely apologize.
So you guys are sitting outside of this little is it a key? I don't know what the name for this geographical feature is, but this ring of land that you guys were tugged out of pretty much. You're sitting there, the wind is whipping across the deck. And
Cape, but yeah.
Everybody is just kind of like looking up at you, waiting for your commands. What do you tell them to do to end the night? To get underway is what you're trying to tell them. Like, how do you say that?
All of you have been given your orders. Make sure that you follow through with them. If you have any questions or concerns, you either come to me or you come to First Mate Morel
The story.
Why?
Moral of the story.
Okay, as she like turns to like mention Morel, she sees him just shaking his head, and she goes, "You will then go to Ellie, the quartermaster.
Oh, there you go.
When it comes to any complaints, when it comes to the situations." If you bother Morel about anything of that is minuscule issues, you do not come to him. You come to Ellie, and then she will come to me. Now, if you bother Morel, it better be because the ship is on fire or in danger. Do you understand me? And that's only if you cannot find me. I am the first one you tell if the ship is on fire, obviously. I will be honest. I was not expected to take on this type of role. I am terrified to a certain extent, but I have the. There is many sayings of which blood runs, or water is only, or blood is only as thick as the blood of the covenant. And even though I am not of the blood of my father's bloodline, I'm the one who has been given the ship, and I am the one who has been voted captain. And I hope that you follow me to this day. And I will do my best to listen to all that follow me and all that are willing to strengthen the fucking will that we have on this deck and follow what we have continued to try and pursue, which is taking from those who take too much and giving to those who never had a chance. So do you stand with me on this as we decide to go out on our next peril to make sure that we take what is meant for those who never had a voice to begin with? And she will raise a goblet of wine after pouring one from the captain's quarters. And she will turn to Eric and goes, Eric, whatever meads we have left on hand, and I will also take whatever savings I have, and I will send them off to make sure that this crew has a good night before we make sure that we venture off to better the world, and not only that, but better this crew and what we have for what we have to say in this world. Who is with me?
Cabin. Hi, Cabin.
All right, chappies, Captain.
Drink well, eat well, and then tomorrow we will make sure that we ready ourselves for what is to come. We need to make sure that this ship is in tip-top shape, and we are ready to venture out on our next endeavor. And I am honored to sail with all of you. Cheers.
All right. And with that, you guys are underway, and that will bring us to a close tonight. And we will be back next time here on the Clockwork Nexus to finish or to continue with Golden Ghosts. End of the night, how we ended is by telling everybody else what we got going on. So I will say here at the Nexus, on Monday nights, you can join us for a Viking-themed campaign called Age of the Forsaken that we are pretty stoked about. That's going pretty well. And then on Wednesdays, you can come and watch that guy down there, other way, down there. You can come and watch him DM in a campaign that we called Kinship's Destiny that John is doing much more appropriate and tasteful artwork that doesn't piss me off.
That was beautiful artwork. It was wonderful, and you loved it.
It was fantastic, and I have to. I'm gonna have to send you the video that inspired it. In all honesty, like it'll make sense once you get it, Brian. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Sure. Anywho,
yeah.
The point is, he does a bunch of great artwork, and we are glad to have him as the Nexus's official artist as we are moving away from anything AI related because we are getting a conscience, and I got told to. So that is what we got going on. Anybody else got anything going on? And John, I am not promoting your hentai line. I will promote your regular artwork. I am not promoting your hentai line.
It's not hentai, it's art.
Don't worry, John. I'll promote it. John has some great fan art for you to look at.
It was great. It's
but
Brian.
Also, if you guys want some amazing commissions, John does an amazing job doing so, and his artwork is absolutely fantastic, and y'all should totally check him out. He deserves all the respect and then some.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys. With that, we will draw it to a close. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We will notice we had our record high for viewers since the very first of Age of the Forsaken that we had. So that was pretty cool. We're pretty we got as high as 7, Ken. 7, which on a live, a lot of people watch this later, but we got up to 7 live, which I was happy about. But that's just showing up on I think YouTube, or is that total views? I don't know. Is that Twitch
It's
and
both
YouTube?
combined.
Oh, okay. That makes me happy
Yes.
though. So thank you for sticking with this and sticking with us for tonight. I hope to see you on Mondays. I hope to see you on Wednesdays. Anytime you guys are following, drop a comment. And we will see you guys next time here on the Clockwork Nexus. Have a good night, everybody.
See ya.
Remember to
Make
hug
it
your loved
breakfast.
ones.
Everybody,
Hug your loved ones.
don't make anything go boom.
Don't make anything go boom. All right. Good night, guys.
Bow, bow.
Bow, bow.